Hello, it's Dave and Dan.
Wait at any.
Um, we're gonna sound like crap because
Can't hear you.
you can't hear me.
Maybe you can't hear me.
Oh, hold on. Can you hear me now, David? Hmm.
There's no Danny on that line, is there?
Soon, David. What? Hi, Dave.
Hey.
For some reason, it switched my mic like it loves to do. Hey, it's us. We're gonna sound like crap because live stream for Mac doesn't have the channel I need so you can hear my Skype audio. So I can't use my headset, and Dave's headset means nothing. So, what's up? Welcome back to Mumble Boys. Welcome to Mumblers. Can you guys actually hear us?
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to Mumbles.
Yay.
Mumbles. So, tonight I am doing a piece of client work that has to be done for Friday, and I don't know why they gave it to me. This is one of those instances when you're a freelancer where you do a bunch of characters for a company, and then they go, "You do a monster." We got other guys who are good at monsters, but we wanna see you struggle. And you're like, "All right. What if you don't like it?" And they're like, "You lose your fucking job, man." I'm like, "Oh." So that's what's up. That's what I'm doing. What are you up to, David?
I was just doing some client stuff. I'm probably going to work on a little bit of Skull and Shark.
Cool.
And then, maybe go to bed at a reasonable time.
Wouldn't that be novel?
Maybe.
Yeah, that'd be cool if you could do that.
Would be cool.
I mean, I don't know if you can, but if you could, that'd be great.
It would be good. I would embrace that.
Yeah, that would be good.
So how's your fly coming? Running any walls?
Well, I mean, I'm running into all the walls. I don't paint flies. I don't really know anything about flies.
You got fly reference that?
Yeah, on my other monitor I do. I'm focusing on the background first. I don't want to do the fly really yet.
No.
I don't want to do the fly at all. That's what I'm trying to say.
The fly is pretty important.
I gotta change the fly. He's still too much of a fly. He's a fly, but not a fly. But he's a fly, but he's not a fly.
Is he not enough monster?
He's not. He's a fly, but he's not a fly, but not a fly, but he's not a fly. Nah. Thomas, I haven't started rendering the fly yet, so it's useless to give me crits on the fly because I haven't done anything to the fly. So, thanks, but, I literally started laying in these values like an hour ago. I haven't done anything yet. They just, I sent it, Friday morning, and they just approved it.
Oh, the benefits of live streaming. There aren't many.
No, there's none. Basically, I'm live streaming because if I wasn't live right now, I would not get this done. I wouldn't work on it. I would work on Lobsterman, or I would read a book.
Yeah, that's really live stream. All it was for me was to do the stuff that was so hard that you just needed an audience to actually feel like you should do it.
Yeah, I would not. I can tell you wholeheartedly right now, guys, that if I wasn't live right now, I would not be working on this.
Yeah,
I just wouldn't do it. So, because I'm not good at monsters. I'm not really interested in painting monsters. Unless they're monsters that have, armor, or if they have, character. I don't know. This just isn't really my thing, so I'm not super into it. But hey,
I like painting monsters.
I know, maybe you should do it. Just kidding.
You're right.
I'm just kidding. And now you got better things to do.
Much better things to do.
Yeah, okay. Don't rub it in. I said it. It was sufficient. God.
Hey, does anybody remember that there was like a website where you could position lights on a face?
Oh, that did exist, didn't it?
I can't remember the name of it, and I forgot to bookmark it, I guess, because I couldn't find it. If somebody knows what I'm talking about, you should link it in the chat. It had like real saturated colors and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
But it was sweet.
That was a thing. Photomatters.org, light direction.
Books. No.
Right after the question of quality.
Whoa. Okay.
Well, that's a pretty sweet.
Right after the question of
Shut
quality
up.
of light, hard versus soft.
Thank you. For not.
That's a cool site, but I'm gonna find.
That's not the one, right?
It's not the one I was thinking of. No. Yeah, that's not it, but still good. Not. I'm still looking for the other one though. Yeah, you could position the light around the head any way you wanted. You could go and use like any color. I don't remember the name of it. I really wish I did. Lightbox. Okay. Lightbox.
It's a pretty obvious name. Oh, man.
Alright.
Sometimes you paint flies.
Books. There's so many things called Lightbox.
It was a website, right? Not a program?
Yeah, I think somebody just dropped it in. The virtual lighting studio. Well, I don't remember it looking exactly like this, but I guess this is pretty close.
Wow, that default face fucking kills me. Holy shit.
It's good enough.
That default face is some kind of death.
It's horrifying. Yeah, this is good.
Cool. Did you get
Thank
anyone?
Thank you, Failstar.
Did you get anyone interested in posing it?
Not yet. Not yet.
If anyone listening is in the greater Boston area and is good looking in the Skull and Shark world,
do not bother sending me a message because I don't want to have to put people down. You're not pretty enough. Sorry. Definitely.
If anyone in here looks like a shark.
Yeah, if anybody looks like a shark, send me a message.
If anyone in here looks like a shark, contact Dave Raposa.
And when I say look like, I mean exactly like a shark.
So anyway, I got this style guide over here. I got to make all the stuff in this look like, because they do that now. So might not be working with them too much longer, but you know, please make the caves green with lots of glowing mushrooms. Make this look like this. It's alright though. I probably wouldn't have been able to do this without it, honestly. The deadline would have come and I would have been like, what? Oh.
Without what?
Without doing it.
What?
Having the style guide probably helps on this one particular card.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't have found the motivation. Oh, was that due? I'm not really going to be reading the chat, guys. I don't have it open anymore, so I'm going to focus on this fly and mumble and, yeah, you know. Yeah. Yeah.
I've been thinking about going through and watching all the Van Damme movies back to back.
You should do it.
Revisiting them.
Yeah.
Figuring out which one's the best again.
It's kind of like going on a vacation. I think Cyborg's my favorite. I think.
I like Bloodsport still. It's the obvious choice.
Bloodsport is good.
Not a lot of things beat Bloodsport. It's so exciting. It's got all the good songs.
I kind of like Universal Soldier as well.
Yeah.
I like the lesser ones, the ones that like no one even knows he's in. Street Fighter the movie would be the one. No, just kidding.
Yeah. That was nobody's favorite. They were like, remember that game you played? And you were always, Ryu? Well, guess what? Guile is American, so.
And he's going to be played by a guy who's not American.
I was like, what? Why is he the main character of this movie? Nobody uses him.
We're going to choose the American characters so people relate, and then cast him as an actor who does not sound anything like an American. Do you remember they made a Street Fighter game based on the movie?
Yeah, it's the Mortal Kombat Street Fighter.
Yeah, photos of the actors.
It's the best. One of the best games ever made.
Yep. I love that. I love how stupid it looked. How the Capcom style just does not work without Capcom artists.
That was a miserable game. I remember, like...
It was just a bad idea. It was just a horrible, horrible idea.
Yeah, I remember seeing it in the video store. Being rented.
Being like, oh, wait. They made a game about a movie that's about a game.
My favorite Mortal Kombat rip-off game that wasn't good but was funny was Rise of the Robots. I played that by accident. I rented it. It was like revolutionary fighting mechanics and super real, all this and that, like brand new graphics. They did like the Donkey Kong Country thing where they made like 3D models and then converted them to sprites.
Oh.
And it was just like the ugliest game. It sucked so much.
Right.
It was like the slowest moving piece of crap ever played. It was amazing though. That like whole surge of Mortal Kombat clones was miserable. It's like not even Mortal Kombat looked good, so like
yeah.
Don't even try. It's a
Yeah,
good
Mortal
time.
Kombat looked awful.
It was a good time of video games when you could make games that just looked like complete trash. Nobody cared. They still got put up.
Yeah, that was weird. It was a weird time.
Like major systems, just like getting these games that looked like total ass. Were the worst games ever. Not that there aren't tons of those now, but way less.
Way less than there were.
It's like there were so many bad games back then.
It was back when like making a game didn't really cost that much. Like it was very realistic to put out a game.
Yeah, that was nuts. There's so many.
So there was like zero quality control because anybody could do it.
Like the amount of Super Nintendo games that just are like nothing.
That game Lagoon.
Yeah, Lagoon.
Lagoon is maybe the greatest thing ever. If anyone out there listening has a Super Nintendo and they can find a copy of Lagoon, I highly recommend getting it and also not getting it. Lagoon.
It was worth it just for the intro.
Lagoon and Dragon are like two games that I want you to own, but at the same time, don't hold it against me. Because they're fucking awful.
They're great games.
They're like so good in the worst way.
Yeah, I'll never forget playing Draken for the first time. I actually rented Draken, I think. The first time I played it, maybe. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. All I know is that, like, the first time I played it, I was just like I didn't know what to do, so I just shut it off.
You showed it to me on an emulator, and then I found a card of it, and I was like, what?
Yeah, the first time right. Yeah, the first time I played it was an emulator back in, like, 8th grade. Or, like, 7th grade. Yeah. I remember that.
You were like, it's one of those names where you're like, this is just lame enough.
Yeah.
That maybe it's good.
It's beautiful.
Man.
It was as bad as I thought it'd be, though.
Oh, it's, like, worse than you can even imagine going into it. It's so horrible. I love it.
I was like, I'm going to assume this game's bad. It just exceeded my expectations. Blech. Just like that sound effect with the little dude sliding out from the corner.
Yeah.
Just stick with me forever.
Pile of rats with dudes walking all over them, swinging clubs.
Like, there's scenes in this game where you walk up to a building. I mean, you walk up to, like, a castle entrance sort of thing with a moat around it. And what happens is every time you, like, it's first-person perspective, and then every time you approach something that you have to interact with or fight, like, 4 of your characters will walk out onto the screen and start doing stuff. But if you walk up to the entrance of this moated, like, castle thing, what'll happen is they'll walk out, and if the 2 guys that are, like, on either side of the screen out of the 4 walk too far, they can drown in the moat before you walk.
Yeah, they just slowly sink into the water, and then bubbles come up, and then all your team members die. And you're like, oh.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, if you don't understand what's going on, when that's like, why are you... What? Oh, this was a game.
No, it's not a game.
This is a horrible game.
It's an experience.
Yeah, I suggest playing it because you probably enjoy it. You'd laugh anyways.
Everybody out there, go buy a Draken on the Super Nintendo.
I wouldn't buy it.
And then
Download it tonight.
Then don't tell me when you regret buying it.
Just download it tonight on an emulator. Give it a shot.
So much fun on a TV, though. Just get it. Just get the cartridge. I'm thinking of sending mine to Ego Raptor. I really am. I want to see them actually play it.
I don't think he's going to play it twice.
They didn't even, like, play it the first time because they couldn't read it. But, hey, I just want to see somebody actually play the game.
Yeah, we played the shit out of that game.
I got pretty far. I killed a Star Beast.
Yeah, the Star Beast. You look at the wrong constellation. Watch out, because it'll turn into a monster and fly down and fight you.
Even though it killed my thief. But hey. Small price to pay.
Mm-hmm.
Horrible game. Yeah, Lagoon's great because you want it to be Zelda the whole time. It's just absolutely not.
Yeah, it's like a bunch of stuff. It's like trying to be an RPG, trying to be Zelda, trying to be like...
Me and Dave, we played it for hours and we couldn't beat this boss, and we were like, what the fuck? And then we found out online that you can't beat the boss. You don't unlock the ability to beat the boss until you're level, like, 20. Like, you can't even damage him. It's not a possibility until you hit a certain level, which is the craziest thing I've ever heard of in a game.
Yeah, that was insane.
Yeah, because we tried for hours. We tried for so long. And then we were like, oh, wait, it's not even a possibility. What an insane flaw.
Yeah.
Great game design.
What was the level? Like, you had to play for a long time.
Yeah, you had to go through this whole dungeon because when you died, you went all the way back.
Yeah, but I'm saying that you had to, like, you couldn't beat him unless you were leveled up.
Yeah.
So, like, I remember how long it took you to even level up in that game.
Yeah, it was insane.
Like, didn't make any sense. They said like you don't even do damage to him or something.
No, you don't do anything.
At a certain level.
The ability to do damage to him gets unlocked at level 20. You can't do anything to him until then. Great game design. I miss when games could be that bad. I mean, games can be bad now, but I don't know. Like that game on N64, Blast Core, that you couldn't even play. There was like no way to beat it.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Man. So people are doing a good job with the Beastmasters Bloodsport. Lots of cool stuff on the forum.
I haven't had a chance to check it out yet.
Some cool
I was
stuff.
gonna look closer to the deadline so I could get a.
Some cool stuff.
I'm sorry, I'm distracted for a second.
It's okay, don't worry about it. I can just hang up and listen to
No, I just had to send a message.
2 Steps from Hell while I paint a fly. I really hope I can somehow make this look like something before the deadline. God, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be so hard. Of all the things I'd like to do, a fly, it's on the list, I guess.
We have a job for you. You think you'd be perfect for it?
You know that guy we hired to do all those armor designs? What if we get him to do a giant fly?
It's called
Do you think he'll do it?
Crazy Fly.
Do you think he'll do it if we make him?
It's got a backwards hat.
That's what I should have done. I should have done a fly and a skateboard.
Yeah. Just call him Schizoid.
Schizoid. That's a good name for a fly.
The cave fly.
What are
I
you
can't
talking
sit
about?
still. Something like that.
What are you talking about, schizoid?
Yeah.
I've been doing kick flips since I was a larva.
This is as easy as a kickflip.
Hold B to do a kickflip. I gotta build like a game around that. Just a fly that does tricks. A cool fly.
Not quite a fly, more of a monster, but it's a fly monster.
It's not really a fly, but it is a fly. But it's a monster fly. So hope everybody had a good Easter. I had a great one. Ate some food. Watched some Game of Thrones. Fell asleep on a couch. Great day. Hello, welcome to Depression and Mumbles.
Depression and mumbles.
Depression and Mumbles. Depressing Mumbles. Okay.
Good. Somebody help me.
Oh, you know what I should do? I should grab those beetles you bought me and I should do studies of those.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a good idea. Maybe I can find a cool way to do this.
If you hatch open the beetle cases, take them
Oh!
out.
Smash
Probably
it open.
turn to dust.
Yeah. Blow away in the wind.
Those are pretty sweet though.
Yeah, those are awesome.
They're not even super expensive.
Well, what are they? Shadowbox? Is that the term?
I guess so, but I mean, that's not what I looked up. I just looked up taxidermy bugs.
Yeah, they're awesome. You can buy really cool beetles and stuff. You done emailing?
Yeah, well, I was just talking to I hired like somebody to help me deal with stuff and sort of like a really really part-time assistant. So I'm just telling her that I couldn't talk today. I keep getting like so fucking distracted. People calling me and stuff. It's like for whatever reason, just like my time has just vanished. I don't know what happened.
But that's why you called
I hate
her.
it.
I mean, that's why you hired her.
I know, that's the thing. I'm like trying to get. I was supposed to type up a whole bunch of shit over the weekend and send it to her so that she could be like totally ready for today, and then I didn't have everything ready, and it's just annoying. I was supposed to do like a Skype talk and have her look at stuff and figure out, you know, what to do, how I do things, whatever. But
Right. Yeah, it sucks.
yeah, if I could just have everything be done so I could work solely on Skullboys 2 Resurrection. It'd be so good.
Skullboys 2 Blood in the Streets.
Yeah. Blood and Bones 3.
Blood and Bones 3 is a pretty good name.
Yeah, I know, man. I'm all about names.
Kragar's Crest.
Yeah. Kragar is a
Pirate.
old diamond thief.
Pirate Diamond Lord.
Pirates of Bloodwater.
The Pirates of Bloodwater. It's a good IP.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll be the next Blood Sport. The Pirates of Bloodwater. Some really horrible subtitle. Pirates of Bloodwater 3, Blood in the Water. Blood in the Ocean. Blood Ocean. God.
Isn't that just...
That's just Death Clock.
Yeah.
Blood Ocean.
That's...
How did I get here? Lost in this ocean of blood. Blood Ocean.
It's one of the best songs ever. Yeah, we should just, well, I mean, that is what we do anyway. It's just like sit around and come up with horrible IPs.
Yeah, exactly.
That's practice. That's all you gotta do, guys. Sit down with somebody, say the dumbest things you can think of, combine words that sound good, make IPs.
Yeah.
That's all it is. That's all it is. It's simple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eventually you'll find gold, even if you don't think you will. Just keep going.
Yeah, just think about all the
Power through
all the old stuff that already worked, like, you know, like Deadpool,
Yeah.
Death Blow,
It's just a cool name.
Skullfist,
Skullfist.
Skeleton Witch.
Skeleton Witch is a band.
It's just cool words. But
Skeleton Witch is a great band.
Megadeth.
Yeah, think about that.
Like
Megadeth.
Sure, you think it's just a band, but imagine when somebody first thought of it before it was anything. Megadeth. It's a lot of death. It's so much death. It's Megadeth.
Yeah, like
the best, most powerful death.
Someone had to pitch that name.
Yeah, to everybody else in the group. Listen, I came up with it's Megadeth.
Someone had to go out on a limb and suggest Megadeth at some point.
Be the guy who suggests Megadeth. That's what we're saying.
Be him.
It's the best name.
It really is.
I don't really like Megadeth at all, but I love the name.
Yeah, I hate Megadeth. It is a good name, though. I like those metal bands that have names that have nothing to do with metal. They make it have something to do with metal over the years. Like, think about the guy who was like, let's call the band Mastodon. It's just a cool word. It's like a huge elephant.
Yeah.
Whatever. Really nothing metal about that name. Mastodon. We can make it work. We can do it.
Cradle of Filth.
That's a great name.
Just a cradle full of filth.
What a risky name.
Yeah. And there's ones that I don't know, but are equally as cool. Amon Amarth just sounds awesome. It's good to say.
Amon Amarth sounds like some Arabian wizard. I don't know.
It's the best. But yeah, that's all it is in IPs, I think, is you just come up with, like, some sweet stuff, put them together, and then, like, ideas just start flowing.
Yeah, I mean...
I would do if I ran a company.
Just have a list of titles. A good title can generate ideas without, you can just say it. Something's good, you can just say it and people can see the imagery. That's the test.
Yeah. Yeah, just I don't know, I've suggested this before. Find all the best tough words, print them out, cut them up, put them in a hat, pull out 2 pieces.
Yep.
There's your IP. Like Blizzard Witch or something.
There you go.
Fist Blizzard.
We were going to do that as a challenge on the sketchbook forum, but then Dennis came up with the random generator.
Yeah, which is pretty good.
It's basically the same thing. But yeah, we were just going to have, like, every week we were going to take 2 cool words out of a hat.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Oh, man.
I
was, like, contemplating coffee.
Yeah.
10 o'clock.
I could spoil the Walking Dead finale.
I didn't even see the whole season.
I could just talk
now
about
I
that.
can.
Alienate everybody.
No, you shouldn't, because now I can watch it all in a row, finally.
Yeah, you should do it. It was a pretty good season. It was kind of dragged a little, but it was.
So didn't the other one.
I mean, season 2, like, nothing happened until the end. At least there was some tension in this season. Like, the first half is really good, and then they did that thing that everyone's doing now where they break the seasons up into 2 pieces that I hate. And then they were like, there's really nothing to do in the second half. So there's a couple nothing episodes, but then the end is some stuff happens.
Cool. I only watched half of the new Game of Thrones because I fell asleep.
Yeah.
I gotta finish watching that, but so far it was cool. The beginning stuff, I was like, oh.
They were like, look at the budget.
Yeah, so
look
at least
this budget.
I don't know. There's just not a lot of shows I want to watch that aren't. I mean, I wish there were more like good.
Well, Breaking
not
Bad.
necessarily fantasy shows, but like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, stuff that isn't real.
Yeah, because there's just so many good real shows. I want somebody to do. I mean, I want people to do more of that kind of like take a risk.
Yeah, I mean, Breaking Bad's coming back soon, and that's going to be awesome. But I want to know what the next fantasy thing is going to be, because you know someone's coming up with a Game of Thrones competitor right now. Like they tried to do that with that Camelot show, and it completely tanked. And like, no one's really tried anything since. So I'm wondering what it's going to be. I'm wondering if someone's going to make something up, or if they're going to choose a book series. And then if it's a book series, what is it going to be?
This isn't really a competitor, but that show, Vikings or whatever.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
No.
Oh, it doesn't look bad. It looks like they're trying to be Game of Thrones, but
my family was telling me that the Bible show is like the funniest fucking thing in the world. They told me to watch it just for laughs. I guess it's like wicked funny. Like, all this stuff happens that has nothing to do with anything, and they just use really cheesy special effects, and Jesus is like a super hunk, so I might watch it.
Yeah, I'd be into that.
I guess they do a special effect where they're having like a battle, and a guy's ear gets cut off, and Jesus holds out his hand and goes, ah! And they do a reverse shot of the ear growing back. So I kind of want to watch that. I mean, it basically looks like the people that made the Hercules TV show made a Bible show, so I'm kind of into that.
Well,
I'm
it couldn't be that good.
No, it can't be as good as Hercules.
That episode with the girl snake or scorpion or whatever it was.
Hercules: The Legendary Journeys. You mean the Hydra or whatever it was?
Yeah, something like that. The special effects were insane. It was like one of the best.
Whatever that creature of darkness was.
Yeah, that show has the CG moments in Hercules are some of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Yeah, they're amazing.
The show.
They're so painful.
What does he say in the thing? Did he say disappointed?
Oh, yeah. Is that what he says?
I don't know, when he reads the emotion in the script instead of feeling it.
I think that is what he says.
It's like one of the best things ever.
Disappointed. Like, way to go, asshole.
I'm gonna look it up, Kevin. Yeah, it's disappointed.
Disappointed. God.
Here you go. You can
What,
play
you
it.
sending me a link?
Play it for everybody.
Alright.
This is Kevin Sorbo reading the emotion in the script.
Wait a minute. This isn't my world. Disappointed!
That's so insane. Oh, wow. So horrible.
Yeah, I loved it.
Oh, man. Disappointed.
Yeah, one of the best shows ever. Just for that. Stuff like that.
The reason you came home from school.
I know.
Hercules.
What a trap.
Yeah, I know. Put it on rate at 3 when kids get home.
I know, like coming home
man.
to that is like punishment.
I know.
Like, oh, I'm gonna watch a show. Well, what was always on was the Batman animated series right when you got home.
Which was awesome.
Yeah, which was awesome. But if you went home sick,
Yeah.
you had Hercules and Xena.
It was like Hercules, Xena, and Maury Povich.
Yeah, or
That was it.
Or like millions of soap operas.
Yeah, like Passions.
Yeah, like that.
Gotta
stuff.
love Passions.
Odd.
I watched so much Passions when I had appendicitis.
Really?
Followed all the storylines. Yeah, there was a point where I couldn't get out of a chair when I had appendicitis. I like couldn't move. It was too painful. So like if Passions was on, I just watched it.
Terrible.
I was like, oh.
When my grandma was living out in like this apartment in Plymouth when I was like real young, I used to go over her house sometimes with my dad to visit her, and whenever we went over there, she would have been like watching some soap opera or whatever. But apparently, she recorded every episode of General Hospital. I think she had like a VCR and a timer. She recorded every episode since like.
That's insane.
I don't even know. Like, I guess it was like 1994 or something when I used to go over there, 95. And yeah, she had like a treasure chest full of like blank tapes recorded General Hospital. It's like the most insane collection. I'm like, what are you gonna do with that? Like, you're never going to watch those. Like, I don't like. I guess it was just a hobby, but I always imagined her like being buried with them.
That's unbelievable.
I like don't even get it. Like, why have them?
Wow.
But yeah, I hated those shows.
General
They're so horrible.
I remember how insanely boring Star Trek was. Like the one with Picard.
That was like
That was like soul crushing.
Show.
It was soul crushing.
They were like, what killed me was they were like, well, we're going to be diplomatic in the show. And I'm like, it's not that the other shows don't understand that that's how humanity should be. It's that the other shows understand that showing that is the most boring shit in the fucking world. So
Yep.
show action.
Yeah, just show it.
Like, show excitement.
Like, please.
It's like, I get it. You're trying to be, like, correct in the future. And
show emotions for the love of
political,
God.
like, holy shit, this is the worst show in the world.
Yeah, I remember the kids that liked that, there was something wrong with them. I don't know. There's something seriously wrong with them.
I'll never get it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah, that show in particular. Ooh, there was nothing I hated more than that, because you wanted it to be something like, you're like, hey, it's fantasy, sci-fi stuff.
You were like, I guess Worf looks cool. I don't know. I want to like it.
I literally, the only times I watched it were for Geordie's sunglasses. I was like, these are sweet.
Yeah.
That's
those
it.
Were sweet.
I used to love those. I was like, he looks like Bebop kind of in the future.
Yeah.
But nope. Terrible show. The worst. For me. I hated it.
I remember being in 5th grade. We had this teacher named Mr. Baldo.
Oh, I remember Mr. Baldo. He sweat like crazy.
Yeah, he was crazy sweaty.
We bought him deodorant.
But one day, he came in with like a triple layer chessboard. It was like 3 chessboards on like an incline.
Yeah.
And he was like, this is Star Trek chess. I'm going to teach you guys how to play. And I was like, what is that? And why would I ever want to learn that? He was like, well, in the universe of Star Trek, they play chess on these triple layer boards. And I was like, but this isn't that universe. And I don't want to ever learn how to do that. That's a skill I actively don't want to have.
Yeah.
That's like the opposite of getting a merit badge or something. It's like something gets taken away if you learn that skill and you never get it back. Something's gone forever.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, I never understood that. Those people that are that obsessed with it, like, oh well.
Yeah, I was obsessed with different things, but
Looking forward to the new movie.
finally.
Yeah, I know, like, still not sure how that happened.
Yeah, they turned me around like 100% with the new one. I was like, huh?
J.J. Abrams is just good at what he does.
He was like, no, it needs to be a good movie, though. It doesn't matter, it just needs to be good.
No, see, the thing is, no one cares. Has to be good. Yeah, I mean, he gets it, though. See, now I realize, there's a cool way to do this bug that they're not going to let me do. It could have been, if he lives in a dark cave, he should be a light bug with a really cool transparent abdomen. With, like, cool glowy stuff. Maybe some maggots crawling around in there. Transparent.
Well, he's a cave fly or a monster fly?
He's a monster cave fly.
Okay.
He's both.
'Cause I was going to say, does he live in the cave?
He lives in the cave.
Alright, then. Yeah, he should be something.
He should be a light bug. I'll send them an email just in case. Hey, can this be cool? Last chance. Can this be cool, please? No? Alright.
Man. Yeah, it should be slimy.
Slimy?
Yeah, it should be a slimy cave fly.
Alright, I can add some
That'd
slime.
be gross.
Can add some
Spooky.
slime to this cave fly.
Spooky wet fly.
Spooky wet cave fly.
Yeah, it's all moist in the caves.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I watched The Descent.
Did
last night.
Did you really?
I did.
How was that?
Well, I looked up online. I was like, what's a scary horror movie, right?
Yeah.
I typed in actual scary horror movie.
Actual?
Top 10.
Actual.
And that came up, and I was like, I haven't seen that.
Is it the one where they go down in the cave and there's monsters?
There's like, there's like 6 girls or something.
Yeah.
and they all go down in this cave, and there's like these, I guess, like kind of like gross inbred monster people that are all blind and gooey.
Sweet.
And it wasn't that bad. I mean, it wasn't like amazing, but like it wasn't that bad. I was kind of surprised. I haven't seen a horror movie. It wasn't like scared, but like I haven't seen a horror movie in forever that was. Drag Me to Hell was pretty good.
Drag Me to Hell was awesome.
Yeah.
It felt like an old one, like an 80s
Right.
one, because it was kind of silly.
Yeah, I love that.
Like, it was good, but it was, like, over the top, so, like, it wasn't, like, actual horrifying.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like the design wasn't that great. It was just not what I thought it was going to be. There's so many horrible horror movies. It's like when you gauge a horror movie, there's such low standards that, like, anything that has any part that's something
Right.
is alright.
Well, it's like, if I want to watch a scary movie, I watch a movie about, like, a pedophile killer.
Right. That's
Or like a fucking rapist who never got caught. Like, those are scary movies. Movies about, like, demons that get summoned by old gypsy ladies and come and beat people up and fly around a room going, yeah. Like, that's not a horror movie. That's just a fun popcorn spooky movie.
Well, I think it's just different when you grow up. You're not really like scared of that stuff anymore.
Yeah, it's like Freddy. It's like you're scary. Like, you know, that's scary when you're a kid, but it's also silly. It's like
but
it's
Freddy's
like
pretty sweet.
it's like
even
cool.
now.
Yeah, it's like cool scary.
Yeah, I mean like Freddy being like want to get high with like needle fingers.
Yeah, you're like, you know,
still sweet.
You're like, oh, Freddy's scary, but I also want him to kill the shit out of. Like, you're never rooting for the kids. You're always rooting for Freddy.
Exactly, like.
But he's always scary at the same time. That's such a cool thing to achieve. Is like I'm rooting for the killer.
Yeah, like welcome to prime time, bitch.
Yeah.
For the TV, like nothing's. It's so good to me. It's the stupidest thing ever, but it's awesome. Yeah, Freddy to me is like the best as far as monsters go.
Yeah, Freddy's a great idea. Oh man, I like how dark like the first one is when they explain like who he is and why he's coming back and why he's dangerous.
Oh, the Johnny Depp one?
Yeah, that one was like actually pretty dark when they're like, oh, he like killed little girls. We put him.
Yeah, that was amazing, dude. The scene on the ceiling with the
it's great.
best.
That movie was actually scary, and then all the ones after it were just like fun scary.
Yeah, Dream Warriors is like that was my favorite movie when I was a little kid.
Yeah,
I watched that like every day for so long. Dawkins in it. It's the shit.
Is Dawkins in Dream Warriors?
Yeah, Dream Warriors is a Dawkins song.
They play it in that movie?
Yeah, that's like the
I didn't know
music
that.
video and everything.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, Dawkins is the
I haven't seen Dream Warriors since like 1996, so
I don't know if the end of Dream Warriors in the credits plays the Dream Warriors song, but I know that Into the Fire plays in the first scene when she has her radio and she's like working on something. It's a Dawkins song.
Oh, awesome.
And I remember hearing that the first time when I was a little kid, and I was like, that's the shit.
That's cool.
It's like it opens with the amazing metal song.
Yeah, it's great.
And then Freddy goes and kills all these people.
Kills everybody.
That was like a really cool movie though, where like they actually like have them fight Freddy with dream superpowers.
Yeah, that was pretty sweet.
And then there's Hellraiser.
Hellraiser's my favorite of the horror movies.
Really?
I think so. Hellraiser 1 is probably my favorite.
Yeah, Chatterbox is one of the coolest.
Hellraiser 1's like actually spooky. Like it's kind of campy too with the uncle, like, you're beautiful. I'm a talking corpse.
Yeah.
Step into the light, let me see you. You're like lava. Oh, give me that box. Give me the box. Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like, he's campy, but all the Cenobites are fucking horrifying in that movie. They're all horrifying. But the uncle's just hilarious. I've come back.
Yeah, pain and pleasure intertwined.
Intertwined.
Yeah, I used to watch Child's Play a lot when I was a little kid, but it's not really scary at all.
I never got into those or Jason.
Only when I was little. I don't like it at all.
I never knew like what Halloween was either. Like it would be on, and I'd be like, "Is he just Jason? Like just another guy with a mask?" To me, I didn't really get it.
Yeah, I like the. I don't know.
And then their Halloween H2O came out, and I was like, "That's the dumbest fucking name I've like
Yeah, that
ever
was stupid.
heard." Then Jason X came out, and I like actively laughed when I watched it.
Yeah,
I
I
was
don't
like,
like it. I never liked the Jason movies as a kid. Like the Jason movies just were too boring to me.
"He's like, oh, so Jason's in space and he's fighting an android." Okay, great.
Yeah, certain ones aren't that cool. Maniac Cop's the shit. If you don't know, Maniac Cop, look it up.
Trying to think of those other horror movies I liked. I think there was. I'm just trying to think of what they were.
Pumpkinhead.
I hated that movie with all the kids on the dock and they couldn't touch the cracks or the goo pulled them under.
What was that?
They're all in the dock and there's like a black slime thing under it, and if they touch the cracks, it sticks to their feet and rips them into the water and kills them. And it was like, for some reason, that was super scary. I don't know why, as a kid, probably because I had a dock, but I don't know.
Remember that one?
It was like, I don't know. Was it called The Blob? With some stupid name like that.
Oh, are you talking about like the actual Blob, like the '80s Blob with
Was it The Blob? Where it was like in a lake and it was like a huge slime ball?
It wasn't in the lake. That was the Blob. You know, the Blob's famous. It's the movie theater scene and stuff that's coming through the walls.
No, it's not the one I'm thinking of. Oh well. But yeah, that one was weird.
That Blob, the Blob has that dude from Entourage in it. The '80s Blob.
Yeah, that's not the one I'm thinking of.
And then there's the actual really good horror movies that were like really good.
The
American
Thing.
Werewolf in London.
Yeah, The Thing is like... The first time I saw The Thing when I was a kid, I was like, what?
Yeah, The Thing is like
Why?
amazing.
Why don't more of these come out?
The Return of the Living Dead. I even like The Fog, John Carpenter. It's
Yeah.
boring, but when I was a kid, it was spooky. And then Gremlins is like not really a horror movie, but it's sweet.
It's another campy one.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good ones that I just like hadn't even thought of till now. I mean, like technically The Lost Boys.
Oh yeah, I guess you could count that.
Not really, but kind
Yeah,
of.
not really. It was an awesome movie though. Movie has the best atmosphere all the way through. Like that whole movie nails perfectly that like it's the end of August, almost September feeling. Like the whole movie feels like it's nighttime and it's that time of year all the way through. It's so weird and specific, but they do a really good job.
Hey, if you haven't watched the original Fright Night, you should watch that.
Yeah.
That movie's amazing.
Oh, what about The Frighteners?
Oh, what a...
God.
I watched the new Fright Night with Colin Farrell. Ooh.
How was that?
Just wasn't good.
Did you have a great time?
I was like, why did you... It was like, what's his face? From Superbad, you know, the
Oh, yeah.
one with the fake ID.
Uh-huh, McLovin.
McLovin, like, he was Evil Ed. Where, like,
Okay.
my God, Evil Ed is, like, the best ever in Fright Night, the original. And somehow he's supposed to be better. Oh, my God.
That's a
Sucked so much.
fucking terrible decision. That's crazy.
Yeah, it bummed me out pretty bad. I was like, how did you even, like, get money for this? It's because it's one of those movies where the original still looks good.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know, like, you didn't need to do it. It's not so old that It's like remaking The Lost Boys. It's like, it still looks fine.
Yeah, it's like, why?
Yeah.
Plus, there's some movies that only work in the context of it's the 80s. So if you're going to remake them, you have to set them in the 80s because you can't update them. Like, The Lost Boys isn't cool if you do it in 2012.
Yeah.
The Lost Boys is only cool if it's in the 80s. Like, that atmosphere does not work today. But, yeah. I mean, I guess you could do a cool, like, Den of Vampires wearing, like, glow-in-the-dark Kanye glasses. Maybe. Nah, probably not. Nah, I don't think you could. I think it has to be the 80s.
Yeah.
I tried to rationalize that and it didn't work.
No.
What else? There's got to be more that we're not thinking of. Oh, Puppet Master. Puppet Master is awesome. Those movies
Puppet Master
were
was awesome.
the little geisha girl that throws up leeches was like the most horrifying thing I'd ever seen.
The Nazi one.
Oh yeah, he was terrifying.
Yeah, that idea is really scary when you're a little kid thinking about your toys.
I hated Phantasm. Phantasm scared the shit out of me.
I never really watched that when I was a kid. I sent you an amazing scene. When he stands up in that scene, it's so awesome.
This is poster. My God, the phone wires have been cut. I know. I did it. Charlie's mother.
Oh, well, apparently she's working nights. But she left a note.
Oh god.
It looks so good, though.
I guess The Gate's a horror movie.
Oh, I remember The Gate.
The Gate's pretty cool.
Oh, wait. There is a recent horror movie that's pretty good.
Is it The Cabin in the Woods?
Oh, Cabin in the Woods is good. I don't like this. It's like it's all about like the stereotypes and stuff, and they're like making fun of it. But like, I didn't like the stoner character in it. He's like too silly. But other than that, it's like it's really good.
Which one were you talking about?
I was talking about the Spanish version of the movie Record, which is just Rec. REC. It's so...
Is that the one with like the old lady?
The end of that is like the best thing ever.
That was horrible. That was terrifying.
Yeah, when she's just walking around like smashing stuff.
Yeah, that was really, really spooky.
I was like, alright, that's scary. Like, remember that GIF we saw online of the, that like thing...
Coming out of the woods?
Yeah, standing next to the road with its head.
What the fuck was that? Did you ever find it again?
No, I was looking for that. Is that okay? I'm gonna task people watching this.
If anyone knows what we're talking about, we've been looking for this for almost a year.
Yeah, they're driving down the road.
It's a GIF.
Night. Yeah, it's a GIF, but it's probably from a movie. They driving, and then like this thing that's doing like like a spider walk, like a person. But it's like a monster, and its head is kind of dangling, I'm pretty sure, and it's kind of like moving back and forth, and it walks out of the woods. It's on the side of the road, and they just kind of pass it. You see it in the headlights kind of thing.
Yeah, like real quick in the headlights, so you don't really get a good look at it. That's why it's spooky. If anyone knows what that is, please.
It's like a pale white.
Please, for the love of God.
Thing.
If anyone knows what that is.
Mahan says he thinks he knows.
Thomas.
Yeah, if you really do know, it's going to be the end of a long search.
Yeah, the end of a journey.
Yeah, like every once in a while I look for that. I'm like, what could that be? It's an awesome gif, anyways.
Then there's horror movies that are comedies, like Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times I watched Beetlejuice when I was a kid, but it was over 100.
Yeah, Beetlejuice is amazing.
Watched the shit out of Beetlejuice.
The Shining.
Yeah, The Shining was just actual scary.
Yeah, real horror movie.
When I was a kid, I was like, I can't watch this.
Yeah, there was.
It's weird
You
how
remember that?
the only part of
Certain
the
movies you couldn't watch.
yeah, there's movies I could not watch. It's weird how the only part of The Shining that wasn't scary was the part that was supposed to be. Like, the movie's wicked scary until the end, and then it gets really silly. Like, even as a kid, it was, like, really silly. And I was like, okay.
Like what part in specific?
Like, the wave of blood and the dog blowing the old man and a room full of skeletons. Like, none of that stuff was scary.
Yeah, the dog blowing the old man killed me. I laughed so hard.
Yeah, like, none of that worked. But everything up to that was, like, the fucking worst.
The naked old lady was the worst when I was a
Thomas
little
found it.
kid. Really?
Yeah, it's going really fast, though. The one we saw last time was slow. But, yeah, it's the same thing.
Extra. The link isn't working for me for some reason.
Copy, paste it.
Extra.
Copy, paste it.
Let's do.
What is it from?
It's from 1983. Does that mean it's actually good?
Oh, wow. Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Yeah, that's not the same thing. I thought it was. I'm mixing up two different movies. I mean, yeah, that's the same thing I thought. But the thing that I was thinking of at the head is that supposed dude who like went around killing people or something, and like he wore that mask, and like it's like the girl in the foreground of the shot, and he's like coming up from behind.
Oh yeah, Brent just found the slow one that we were looking at a while ago. Horrifying.
It's so awesome. I think I'm gonna watch this movie.
Yeah, it's horrible.
I love those kind of shots in horror movies.
Yeah, they're great. Man, that's so horrible.
Oh wait, is extra like horrible slang for extraterrestrial?
Oh wow. I hope
That's
so.
such a stretch.
I never would have thought of that, so I hope so.
I never would have thought of it either. I'm watching the intro to the movie.
Intro to Extra.
Yeah, the intro to Extra. And it looks like it's a alien landing or something.
The intro to Extra.
Yeah. Oh yeah, my other favorite horror movie is Starman. Because the fucking beginning of that, where he turns into an adult from a baby, is like one of the most horrifying things I've ever seen.
Pretty great.
It's insane. It's so horrible. I need to look it up.
Oh, they did a best of the worst about Extra. I gotta watch that. If anyone hasn't seen the Adam Sandler one yet, just go watch it. It's like one of their best.
The what?
The Adam Sandler thing they did.
Oh, yeah.
That's like the most brutal thing ever. Just beating him, beating him, beating him, beating him.
Anyways, we should get into making horror movies.
Yeah, we should. I want to bring back the weird ones. Something like Puppet Master would never come out today.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I can't think of more.
What, more weird?
Yeah, I know there are some. I'm just not thinking of them.
I always kind of like, I don't know, try and watch horror movies, like go through lists, try and find them, try and look for like ones that I'm not remembering from being a little kid, because I watched so many.
Pretty much the only ones I really didn't like as a kid were all the zombie movies. There were so many, and they were just really boring for some reason. Except for like a couple. Like there was a couple really good ones.
Yeah, like Return of the Living Dead is not annoying.
But it's like zombie
Sweet.
movies. Zombie movies are like, because of what they are, they're the easiest ones to make for people that don't know what they're doing, because all you need is some makeup and some people that want to be in a movie. So there was like, if you went to like the movie store to rent a horror movie, there was like 1,000 fucking zombie movies.
Mm.
And like none of them were good.
Yeah, I can't remember. Maybe I'm thinking of like Night of the Demons or something. I remember being a little kid and watching that movie, I think.
Right.
It was kind of sweet when I was little. Maybe it's not sweet though. A lot of those movies aren't sweet.
I remember being like 9 and seeing like Vampire Hunter D on the Sci-Fi Channel at like midnight and being like, oh, it's a cartoon and it's spooky. I didn't know that could happen. And I saw it again later and I was like, oh, this is really lame. All these sound effects are fucking horrible.
Yeah.
Those 80s anime sound effects, like a guy throws a boomerang and it goes, chill, yo. Like sound effects that make no sense. Like the whip sound effects that sound like wet rubber. It's just like, I don't know. It's so weird, those specific 80s sound effects.
Yeah.
It's like when you're watching Akira and the car comes to, like the floating car thing comes down the air bike with the light and it goes boom. Like that's so cool, but like it makes no sense.
Yeah, that is like the coolest sound.
Boom.
It's weird how I remember that exact thing.
Yeah, it's like such a perfect sound for it, but I don't know why, because it has nothing to do with it.
They Live. Not that great.
I don't understand. I still don't understand the title of They Live. Like, shouldn't that be a zombie title?
They Live, You Sleep, or whatever.
They are aliens. I don't know.
I thought that was what they meant, was that, like, he's trying to say, like, political stuff.
Oh, I thought it was just, they're alive.
No.
Fucking aliens.
They're like aliens, remember?
Yeah, I remember. It's so stupid. They, like, don't have lips.
Yeah.
They get teeth, but no lips.
Just eyes.
Put on the glasses.
Yeah, the best scene
I'm
in
not.
like cinema history.
Not putting on the fucking glasses.
It's like I've seen it so many times, it's not funny to me anymore.
Put 'em
that's
on.
Like the funniest scene in the whole world.
Put them on.
That fight, it's just a wrestling match.
Put on the fucking glasses.
Pet Cemetery was pretty spooky. When I was a little kid.
Every episode of Goosebumps. Just kidding.
Worst.
Yeah, those are all horrible.
Oh, why did I not think of this before? Poltergeist.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That 80s Poltergeist with the
Yeah.
house like eats everybody.
It was like actually spooky because I lived on an Indian reservation.
Yeah, and they're like, you didn't move the graves!
And I was like, Mom, do we live on graves? And she was like, probably. And I was like, I'm
Yeah,
7. I'm 7 years old.
we definitely do.
I'm 7 years old. This is
You
too
sleep.
real.
Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I watched that. Way too
not,
often as a kid.
not a horror movie.
It's the shit.
Not a horror movie at all.
I watch
Definitely the
that
shit
so
though.
often.
Killer Clowns from Outer Space. God, I forgot that existed.
Yeah, there was like a really huge boom of horror movies back in the 80s, in the early 90s.
Tales from the Crypt was the same thing. Like, it was spooky until the skeleton talked, and then it was just a comedy show. So like, it was never scary. 'Cause
Yeah,
you'd be like,
he's just like laughing and stuff.
yeah, like, look at all this spooky atmosphere. And he's like, hello. And I'm like, this is terrible. I have a tail. I'm evil. You're like, what are you doing? Like, this isn't fucking scary anymore. It's like a sideshow act. Like, I don't know what you're doing.
Just taking a shot.
Yeah, like trying.
Taking a
Like,
shot that maybe this is scary.
yeah, it was like, that was the worst fucking voice.
I remember being a kid, and like, it was like the most common thing ever, but when you were a little kid and you saw like Evil Dead,
Yeah.
and then like, I didn't see Evil Dead 2,
Right.
but I saw Evil Dead, and then I saw Army of Darkness,
Right.
and I was like, whoa, what?
Yeah, it made no sense.
That turn is like amazing.
It made no sense.
I loved that movie when I was little. My
Yeah.
mom took that movie from me and hid it.
Yeah.
'Cause it had boobs like a split second.
Yeah, it did. He took a thing from Evil Dead and he put it actually. I don't know if anyone saw the Oz movie, the new one. He took a thing from Army of Darkness and he put it in the Oz movie. It was pretty cool. I wasn't like it's like this like children's Oz movie or whatever, and they're like, you got to go find the Wicked Witch. So they go to this graveyard, and he opens the gate to the graveyard, and there's two crows, and they go, "You're gonna die! You're gonna freaking die!" And then they fly away. Like it's just two guys screaming in a microphone. Like clearly that's all it is. He's like, so I got to go into this graveyard, and the monkey's like, I guess so. Then he opens the door. You're gonna die! You're gonna die! I was like, oh yeah, okay, Sam Raimi directed this, I forgot. And then he did that.
the only thing.
Then he did that thing he always does, where at the end, when the witch turns evil, when she stops being pretty and becomes ugly, he does that thing he always does, where she falls on the ground. Yeah, she falls on the ground, and the person reaches for her, and then she turns around and goes, bah! He does like a scary pose. And then she floats up in the air and goes, bah! Flies out a window. I was like, oh, that's crazy that he still uses these exact same tricks.
Yeah, I mean, like, even though, like, the Army of Darkness humor doesn't work now for me, it's like when I was a little kid, that was the funniest thing ever.
Yeah, it was the best.
Shop S smart to all the medieval guys.
Yeah, it was great.
It's like, that's still pretty good, just holding up the shotgun. It was good.
Something about just beating the shit out of a zombie witch in a well. Like, having it not be scary, because he's, like, literally punching her and beating the shit out of her was so awesome. Like,
I want it to happen.
Like, the dynamic camera shots from underneath of her leaping at him across the trench. And him like, kicking her in the face and punching her.
Yeah, like spin kicks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was amazing. And then the ending.
Yeah.
Nothing beats that.
Any opinions on the new Evil Dead? I haven't seen it.
It's not out yet, is it?
I don't know. I mean, I don't see why they remade it, honestly. I mean, like, I don't know why they're remaking it. Except
shit, it is out.
Really? Maybe
hey, it got like an 80% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Really?
I'm actually gonna go see it.
I'll watch it tonight. I didn't know it was out yet.
Yeah, like there's I'm definitely interested.
I mean, I like Sam Raimi. He directed it, right?
No, he didn't.
He didn't direct it.
No, he's
Did he produce it or something?
He's doing, from what I understand, he's doing the sequel to Army of Darkness.
Wow, really?
With the with what's his face?
With Bruce Campbell?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, they're actually doing that, but they're treating the Evil Dead remake as just like
a standalone.
Not the same line.
Yeah, a standalone horror movie.
Yeah.
Is it still about a guy that goes and stays in a cabin and finds the Necronomicon or whatever?
What, like the remake?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think so. Yeah. They find it.
That's cool.
Yeah,
I didn't know if they were gonna like change the plot or whatever.
No, I mean,
we need to make
actually got good reviews.
We need to make an offensive horror movie about kids growing up in Carver and the Native Americans come back. That's like all growing up in that town was like, well, there's Indians.
Call it native spirits.
Yeah, there you go. Native Darkness or something. Native Evil.
Night of the Natives.
Night of the Natives. That's a good one. It's got to be something really offensive. Yeah, I mean, it's like I want more of those like small. You know what I'm talking about. This might not make sense to some people listening, but you know those horror movies that feel like small towns. Like
I
when
hate
you're
those. Yeah,
those were the those were the ones that were the scariest when I was a kid. Like the ones where you'd watch them and like Freddy, like the original one, felt like a small town all the way through. Like it felt like a town that you grew up in. Like it felt like the town that me and Dave grew up in. So all the characters felt kind of real, and the atmosphere was kind of like really mundane and boring, like those towns are. So all the way through, you're like, this is really uncomfortable. Like all those movies that have that small town feeling are the ones that I hated.
Yeah, it's a Stephen King thing where they just like,
Yeah.
there's something about people who live there where you don't have like hope for them.
Right.
Where like you kind of like, I don't know, you wonder why they still live there and stuff.
It's like the reason the Tommyknockers is like the scariest book I've ever read.
Yeah, the Tommyknockers is sweet.
It's like he nails that small town feeling so well.
That's the whenever I read books and stuff that are like horror, it's like I don't feel weird about it, but like the part with the dog,
Yeah, that was fucked up.
that like made me hurt.
I don't know, like I legitimately felt there's a part in the Tommyknockers where little kids doing a magic show.
Oh my god, yeah.
And it goes wrong. And I'm not going to say what happens in case anybody reads it, but I actually had to stop reading, which is like weird to admit. But I legitimately felt disgusted after I read it. Like I felt horrible, like legitimately horrible. And I was like, I can't keep reading this. Not tonight.
Yeah, that part was really bad.
Like I don't know how he achieves that. Like he can't write like that anymore. But in those books, I don't know. Yeah, I felt awful. That magic show part was like, it killed me. It killed me.
Yeah, because I like remember that feeling as like a little kid.
Yeah.
Like that moment is so specific to how you felt as a kid. You're like you wanted to do something, and then like you mess up, but then it's like the most extreme.
Yeah, it's like horrible.
And then like the guilt stuff. I was like, oh man.
It's like me and my brother were playing when we were kids in real life, and he got hurt really bad, and it was my fault, and I didn't intend for him to get hurt, and he like got a head concussion, and like he could have died. And I was reading the Tommyknockers, and I was like, all of that came back, and I was like, I can't read this.
Yeah.
I can't fucking read this. This is insane. Yeah, it was like horrible. But yeah, if anyone listening to this hasn't read the Tommyknockers, I highly recommend it.
Yeah, that book is really good.
Book's crazy.
It's really long.
Yeah,
and the build-up is like huge, but that's the best part, is that the build-up in those books is so slow that when stuff happens, it's like that's the scenes in Drive where all of a sudden he's stomping a guy's face in.
Yeah.
Where all of a sudden like the contrast is there, and you're like, oh man.
They should take the good Stephen King books and do like HBO miniseries, just one season each, not drag them out, just like, because you could do the Tommyknockers really well in 10 episodes.
You could do it really well now.
Yeah, you could. You can't make it a 2-hour movie. It doesn't work. It doesn't have the suspense. But you could do like a 10-episode miniseries and make the Tommyknockers work really well. You could do the same thing with It. You could do The Shining really well in 10 episodes.
They wouldn't do it.
No.
The stuff in It is so nuts.
Yeah, they'd have to cut. Yeah, they can't do like the little kid stuff.
Yeah, like, I mean, like the whole thing is little kids.
Little kid. Yeah.
Like they're all super young and that.
Yeah, they can't do that.
It's crazy.
When I'm thinking about it. Yeah. Yeah,
it's like the thing with Game of Thrones, that they couldn't even do that stuff. Like,
no, they couldn't. Yeah, they had to up-age all the characters because they couldn't show anyone under the age of 16 in any kind of sexual scenario.
Just like a dude chasing a little kid, I'll blow you.
Yeah, that's disclaimer. That's in It. Dave didn't just say it.
It's never gonna happen.
Yeah, that's in It. chasing a 13-year-old boy and saying, "I'm gonna blow you,"
Not even 13.
is not gonna be on TV ever.
No.
Not in this day and age.
I'll do it for a nickel.
Yeah, it's not.
I'll
It's
do it
not.
for a dime.
It's not gonna happen.
I'll do it for free. It's the most insane scene in a book I've ever read.
Yeah.
I was like, it's so scary, but it's so funny. It's the worst.
I know.
Ugh. If you plan on reading it, spoiler is coming right now.
Spoilers. If anyone's gonna read it, stop listening to it.
If you're not gonna read it, continue reading. Remember, spoilers.
Wait a minute. I was gonna read it. You probably already told me this though.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just gonna say the scary part of that is that his face is falling apart while he's talking about blonde.
God.
It's falling
Fuck
in
that.
the graphic detail while he's chasing him
Ugh.
out the basement window.
That's so bad. That's so terrible. That's
Yeah.
like such an accomplishment to come up with that idea and then write it and then publish it.
That whole, like, oh my god, the It scenes. It's like if all you ever saw was the movie. Oh my god, the book is so good. The scenes with It and what he actually is in the book is so amazingly better.
And it's really cool how it connects to the Dark Tower universe. Oh. Oh. Wrong. Absolutely wrong.
Isn't it cool?
It's really cool how he does that. And then he ruins all of it. Let's take this book I ruined and connect it to all my other books so I can ruin all of them at once.
No, he couldn't.
The ending of the Dark Tower is like that shot at the end of Star Wars where it shows the flashing core, the Death Star, and all the lines coming out to the sides to show that it's going to blow up, but all the lines are all of his other books. Just going to ruin all of them. Ruin all of them with one thing. Let's destroy my entire career with one book.
It's just a bridge. It's detonated.
That's crazy that he tried to do that. The chat stopped on Brent saying, "That's like the time my brother almost shot my mom in the face," and then no one said anything since.
Yeah, he was talking about your brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never had that moment. That awkward guilt moment of being a little kid and doing something horrible. I mean, like, I did, but not in that way. Not in, like, a real serious way.
Yeah.
Do you remember, like I remember getting caught stealing
Yeah.
as a little kid, and, like, those things weigh so hard on you. The little things like that.
It's like I had my cousin Dan
Yeah.
when I was a kid, and he'd be like, "You like frogs, huh?" And I'd be like, "Yeah." And he's like, "You have a pet frog?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I do. His name's Hop." And I'm like 6. And then he's like, "I caught a bullfrog," and then he pulls it apart in front of me, and I'm like, "Ah!" But he's like 15, so I can't do anything. He was the worst thing about childhood because he was a complete psychopath. If anyone remembers the story of him walking out of the woods when I was a pizza delivery driver, it's been a long time. Like I hadn't seen him in 10 years. It's been a long time. What are you doing in the woods? Yeah, that was the worst. Him jumping off our deck and like breaking his legs essentially just to do it. I wonder where he is now.
Dead somewhere.
I hope so. Hope he's dead.
Yeah, I've done stuff like that. Brent said,
What?
like, just almost doing something horrible.
Yeah, there you go. As I paint this cave floor.
Yeah, those are like the But like, yeah, those moments in books or whatever, and mostly in books because movies never get it right.
Yeah.
It's like you can relate and put yourself into a book a lot more than a movie.
Right.
Because you're the person putting together visuals and you have like time to like think about it when you're reading it. It's not the same as having like visuals in your face and a soundtrack and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it just doesn't work as well. So like when stuff like that happens in a book, like in the Tommyknockers or whatever, it's like
the Tommyknockers is like my favorite.
Yeah, the impact in that though is like way.
The small town, like
bigger.
the one of us mentality of the small town is like, I don't know, it's so relatable and horrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Man. I know, I gotta write a horror movie about the... I should just write one about growing up in Carver and finding that lost graveyard out in the woods. What is this place?
Carver was a spooky place.
We could wake up some old, like, pilgrim ghosts.
I mean, it's like I've said on here a bunch of times, finding out that people lived in the woods behind my house is scary enough. Finding, like, the remains of, like, places where they slept and stuff.
Yeah.
And then, like, always feeling like people were watching me in the woods.
Oh, yeah, that was, like, legitimate. Like, I think everyone I've ever talked to about this has experienced that in Carver.
I hated that
You
feeling.
always feel like someone's watching you in the woods there.
Yeah, like it was just the grossest.
That was like a real thing.
Yeah, I used to like run home.
Because then
like,
you'd like
dusk.
Occasionally, you'd think someone was watching you, and then you'd see like a bog dude walking away. Like you knew he was watching you. Like to see if you were gonna fuck up his property, probably. But just the fact that he was watching you and didn't say anything.
Yeah.
And sometimes they were wearing beekeeper suits.
And me almost getting kidnapped by clowns.
Yeah.
That like traumatized me where I didn't trust anybody out there in the woods. But, yeah. I almost got molested.
I remember specifically thinking someone was watching me and then turning to go home and seeing something move out of the corner of my eye and a bog keeper in a bee suit was walking through the trees sideways, looking at me with his head turned like a Sasquatch, like 150 feet away, like really far, wearing a bee suit, and I was like, well, time to go. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, they don't understand how scary that looks.
Yeah, like in a fucking bee suit, it's like, what? What are you doing? I'm fucking
watching kids.
My kid. Like, you're literally gonna ruin my life. Like, this is gonna stay with me, dude.
Just creeping around.
I'm just gonna go out there in my bee suit. See what the kids are up to.
Yeah, we have tons of coyotes in Carver, too.
Remember that time we were walking down Tremont Street and that coyote just walked in front of us, like 3 feet in front of us?
Yeah.
It was just like staring at us, walking.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite coyote story in Carver was this, like, I've told you this, I probably said it on here once or twice, but this big fat lady that my mom was friends with, she was like, like a born-again Christian, really bubbly church lady. And she was like, my favorite part of living where I live is that all of the rabbits come through my yard.
Oh, God.
And she was like, and I come home from work and I just see them all on my lawn, and it's just the best. That's nature. It's just right out there to see, and it's beautiful. And then going over there, and then to being like, no! No! They're just slaughtered rabbits all over her yard. The coyotes just came through and ate them all. It just fucking, I was like dying. I was like crying, laughing. I had to like walk away.
God.
Just dead bodies.
That's so horrible. in the best way.
Ah,
That's like
that
something that only happens in a movie.
That was like during the time, for whatever reason, during this like 2 year span or whatever, there was an influx of coyotes. There was like tons of them. They were killing everybody's cats and stuff.
Yeah.
And
What happened
that's
was
not happened.
they started developing the state forest because they started letting people buy stuff to make more houses there, and all these animals started showing up in the towns as a result.
Yeah.
So they were getting pushed out. Oh.
Yeah. And there's that story you've told on here about like the lion in the backyard or whatever.
Oh yeah, because we had a Renaissance fair that came through in the summer, and one year one of the lions escaped, and the police were driving down the street screaming at people not to don't panic, and me and my brother were like really young, and we were like, don't panic about what's going on, and there was a lion in the woods because we lived like pretty close to the Renaissance fair. And we found out that there was just a lion walking through the woods, and then we saw it, and we were like, oh, there's a lion next door in the backyard trying to kill my neighbor's horse. Oh. And cops come, shoot it with like a million fucking tranquilizer things. Okay. Yeah, that was kind of surreal. That's something you don't expect to happen.
Yeah, you don't.
Then there was the bear that came out of state forest.
That was weird.
That was just weird. That was just strange.
Like, where did the bear come from? Like, there's no bears in Carver.
Came from up north and decided to live in state forest, I guess.
Walk-ins.
Yeah, like he made it all the way. Well, it's like when that moose was in Brookline when I was going to school there. They like stopped traffic because a moose made it down to Boston. And I was like, the what? What? How? How does it get all the way here without being seen?
I'm sure it was seen. What the hell are they gonna do? Like, go home.
Well, you think they'd call somebody?
Yeah, get out of here.
I think someone would call somebody. There's a moose, and we live in Massachusetts.
I definitely wouldn't call anybody.
Hello?
People don't give a shit.
Hello, police, there's a moose.
Like, I wouldn't call the police if I saw a moose in Carver. I'd be like...
No. Think of how many suburbs... It was in Boston. Think of how many suburbs are around Boston for it to get into central Boston. Think about that. It has to go through, like, 20 towns.
But I'm saying it could have, like, it could have the woods, but after the woods, it would probably only be, like, a day trip into Boston.
Yeah, but it would still have to go through, like, Medford. It would have to go through Chelsea. It would have to go through, like, all kinds of populated areas.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm just imagining how many people must have seen it and been like, you know, he's fine. No, he's fine.
Yeah, I'd like to see a moose.
Brent,
Brent,
I'm pretty sure that you should do this fly, because I don't know what I'm doing. The second they gave me this, I was like, are you sure this wasn't for Brent? He could do a good job. Gotta keep building up that background. I wanna die. Step 3 is to pull up Brad's magic card and rip off all the values. Oh! There it is right there. That's what's coming next after I lay in all the colors. Make it look like metal. Some Stephen King things happened in Carver. We could write some true horror.
Yeah, I could easily do that.
Yeah, we could do that.
I've seen scary things.
Well, it's like when we were in high school and that lady smothered her baby and said the devil was in it. And she lived like 3 blocks away from the school. Some things happen.
I think the devil wasn't that baby.
The Carver was in it. It's close enough.
The Carver got into my baby. I gotta smother it.
I like how we're laughing about it.
It's pretty funny.
Pretty good.
The devil's in my baby. There's too many people for me to care about that stuff.
Yeah.
Let them go.
Whoa! Industry leader Dave Raposa. He's pro smothering babies.
I'm pro all kinds of death.
With the caveat that the devil is inside the baby. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe me and Dave will make a collection of all our childhood tales. It would be a lot. There would be a lot. I'd want to get some choice picks from other people we know, too. If we did a Carver compendium.
Oh, there's so much.
Yeah, there really is.
People just like... what am I thinking of? The Fisher Cats.
Oh, yeah, they just sound like dying girls.
Yeah, the Fisher Cats are bad.
Fisher cats just sound like dying kids. Like, literally, when they scream at night in the woods, it's like that's all they are.
So you want to go on a dinner date and go see
Go see what?
that movie?
What movie?
Evil Dead.
Oh, it's in theaters. For some reason, I thought we were saying it was out.
No, it's in theaters right now.
Yeah, we could go see that. When do you want to do a dinner date?
I don't know. Whenever you can. I know you got the Friday deadline or whatever.
Yeah, it depends how much I get done on this bug tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, I could just take a day and then force myself to do it in 3 days, I suppose. I'm trying to force myself to not overdo the background and just keep looking at Brad's magic cards, and I'm like, the backgrounds are nothing. So I'm trying to do that now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I try to do, because if it's a character or a monster focused card or whatever, the more attention you put on the background, then the more you have to do on the bug.
Right. The only thing this had to have was glowing mushrooms, but other than that, I can make the cave look as vague as I want. So I gotta do that. How's that pup doing?
She's good. She's cute.
Man. I don't want to keep talking about it, but if you guys haven't played Bioshock yet, you should.
Yeah, I want to play it.
It's a game I actually support people playing. It's what I want to see more of. Not necessarily shooters, but that kind of world building would be really cool if more people did it.
Hey, if you guys don't know, and I don't know why you wouldn't, but you're in Boston area and it's getting late, don't forget that you can order cookies till 3 a.m.
Yeah, don't forget. Have you done that yet? Have you ordered from them?
Sorry, I'm looking at their thing. I'm not going to.
Have you in the past, though?
Yeah, I got it I ordered them. Well, I think God intervened. I ordered from them like a while ago.
Yeah.
And I got a call from Foodler, which is the online food program you order food through, and they contact the place and then they send your order out. But Foodler called me and they were like, no, they're not answering.
Oh, they were just closed or something?
Yeah, I think they're gone.
Oh.
They had a second chance.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's not often that happens.
No. It's good.
Saying, David, don't waste what I've given you. Don't throw it all away.
Yeah, they open at like 5 p.m.
I like how that restaurant's only there for college stoners.
Yeah, definitely.
It's the only reason it's there.
I know, and I'm not even a stoner.
Isn't it in Cambridge?
I just wanted cookies.
Or am I thinking of someplace else?
I don't... It's new. I know it's new.
There's a bakery in Cambridge that's open till like 4 a.m. I drove past it last time I came up to your place, and I was like, oh, that's only for college kids.
Yeah.
They probably make a fucking killing, too. They're like right next to Harvard.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't actually want... You know what I mean? Like, you can't order from a place like that and get like 2 cookies.
Right. You have to get like a dozen.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Yeah.
It's a horrible thing to have.
They're not going to deliver you
Yes.
2 cookies.
I know, like that's all I really want whenever I eat a cookie. So I'm like, I'll have 2 of these and then let's have it stop.
That exists. That exists only for parties.
Yeah. Fuck that. It's like, order delivery minimum, you have to have 12 cookies and a pint of ice cream. And then you need to
Oh my god, they sent ice
die
cream
in your
with it.
sleep.
They sent ice cream with it?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's horrible.
Like local ice cream too.
Oh god.
I've had the ice cream that they send with it, and it's crazy good.
That's nuts.
It's so like it's local to the point where the flavors aren't even printed on the things because that would cost more.
Oh wow.
So it's just like a thing of ice cream that you eat.
That's
and you're like,
crazy.
oh, it's so good. Ah. But yeah, fuck eating that pint of that and cookies. I don't know. I'd just get depressed. That's pretty much it.
Oh, that's a cool nothing card that Thomas just linked in the chat.
Treacherous Mordred.
It's one of those cards where there's not a lot of painting, but all the values are pretty much there. Except for that shoulder, that looks really weird.
It looks like Jamie Jones.
Yeah, maybe. No, it's not. It's not good enough.
No, I mean, it doesn't really look like Jamie Jones, but
Yeah.
it looks like it's trying to be Jamie Jones.
Somebody who wants to be a Jamie.
Unless Jamie did it in like
Is that actually Jamie Jones, Thomas?
20 minutes.
Because, like, if it's Jamie Jones, he did it in, like, no time at all. There's some stuff that he would have fixed. Everybody's doing cryptids now.
Yeah, everybody.
The only ones coming out that I really like are the Oxan ones.
Mm.
Those are the ones that are, like, I don't know, they look really cool.
Mm. 12 of the coolest cryptids.
Oh, wow, that actually is Jamie Jones. That's so weird.
Hmm.
Well, you know.
Yeah. Magic must be feeling the pressure.
Yeah, I wonder what they're gonna do.
It's like literally, I mean, like, I've pretty much seen everybody who did Magic or was a like front runner dude in Magic switch over.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if they switch over, but they definitely are doing them.
Right.
And, you know.
It's like almost the same rate.
No, really.
I mean, the bottom end of Magic is like 800 per card. And Yeah, I mean, that's like, if you're doing 2 cards for cryptids, it's almost the same amount. But if they're getting, the upper end of magic is, Cryptids has that weird sliding scale where they pay some people way more.
Yeah, that's what I mean, though, is like somebody like Jamie Jones
Yeah.
is probably getting a higher rate than he would on Magic, anyways.
I wonder what Magic's gonna do.
Yeah, so I'm thinking like they must be like at least a little worried. I'm sure they're having like talks about it and stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the pay should go up all over the spectrum.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully that's what happens. I don't think it's what's gonna happen, but hopefully it does.
It will.
I mean, it's either that or they're gonna drop their quality standard. It's really
but it's not like
those are like literally the only 2 outcomes.
Yeah, but it's like what John said in that meeting. He was like, it's not that they can't pay more; it's that they don't have any reason to.
Right.
So if everybody moves over and starts doing these other jobs that are paying better, then that's going to change the standard.
Right.
I mean, because they can't keep on paying the same rates since like the 90s.
Yeah.
Or early 2000s or whenever that rate came.
Yeah, it makes sense. The rate hasn't changed with inflation.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, just for the exposure that game gets.
Yeah.
There's no reason for it. I mean, like, and people are so used to getting those rates that they don't understand that.
But Dave, it's about the perks. You can go to Taiwan and do nothing, and then come back to the U.S.
It's just silly. I don't know.
You can do nothing.
And people are like, oh, but that's a lot of money compared to X, Y, and Z. It's like, it's not a lot of money compared to reality.
It's not a lot of money, period. It doesn't matter what you're comparing it to. It just means that those things you're comparing it to are even less money.
Yeah, it's like the equivalent of the job you're doing in like a professional place. Like that's not a lot of money.
Yeah. It's
like it's just not. And if you have like a family and stuff, it doesn't make any sense.
No, yeah, you can't support a family on that kind of rate.
No.
And save anything.
Work.
You'd be living check to check your whole life with no savings. Welcome to Real Talk. This just became a real art stream. Suddenly. After Stephen King.
But it is stupid because, I'm not going to say anything on here, but I've just heard some stuff in the past few days where it's like, just hearing about rates from big, big artists. It's like, man, it's not enough. It's not enough for what you work for. It's like studying super, super hard and then,
Yeah.
It's like, why can't you make like it's like a lawyer trains and goes to school and does all this stuff and then makes a certain amount of money. Right. It's like, there's no reason because of, it's because of what you do is so vital to everything that there's no reason for you not to make a ton of money off of it.
I mean,
especially if you work your ass off.
The undercutting is such a crazy problem too.
Yeah.
Like every time somebody undercuts just to get a job, you're literally destroying this for everybody else doing it.
Yeah, and you're also destroying it if you don't have any knowledge of what other... Like, you have to communicate with people in the industry.
Yeah.
If you don't know, you shouldn't quote immediately.
Yeah.
Like, it's your responsibility. Like, that kind of stuff, it kills me because... Like, there are certain rates that I won't go below. It's not because I need the money. It's because I want to create some sort of standard. Yeah. Like, it should be worth this. So that's what I'm going to say. Yeah. And that way, it's like, okay, now other people could do that. Like, that's what you should think when you quote people. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I could... Oh, did my chat just die? Oh, weird. Can you guys still hear us? Hello. Okay, cool. There isn't a set for the people in the chat that were asking that. I can't talk about the rates that people get for cryptids and stuff like that because it's, I'm not going to do that. That's personal information. But there's no set rate. If people are better, they get more. If people aren't as good, they get less. It's a huge sliding scale. I mean, some people get up to like 4 times as much as other people, but I mean, I'm not gonna go into details. But yeah, I mean, I do want to see what the other companies do as a result, because now this thing's happening where people just want to skip right to that, which makes sense. It's what people should do, and it's what they're doing. Where they're like, okay, I'm just gonna make a portfolio that looks like cryptid stuff and try to work with them and fuck all these other companies. So it's like, obviously that's going to get the most traffic.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully that changes. I mean, at least starts changing.
Yeah, and it's like now there's people I know that have been working at cryptids, and there's so many people that have heard about the rates that are trying to go there now that the people I know who used to work there are getting cycled out because now they're going to do a quality cycle. And that the more that happens, the more it's going to become a higher standard. And then it's going to be all the people that were at the top at Magic are going to be the top at cryptids, and all the people that were at cryptids aren't going to have jobs anymore. Because that's what happens when this thing kind of happens. It starts with a cycle, and then all the good people get in, and then there's no room. They have a certain standard at that point, and people that can't match up to that get cut.
But then, in that same way, I mean, like, it's a confidence thing. It's like you need to be able to. I mean, like, it's like playing poker.
Yeah.
You have to be able to just put it out there, like, just bluff. Even if you don't have enough money or whatever, and you think that quoting low is the way to do it, like, just make a bluff. You say, like, oh, yeah, but I have this other stuff and this and that and the other thing, and, like, this isn't enough right now, because I'm busy or whatever. Obviously, you have to know when to do that. Like, if you're coming from cryptids and going into other jobs, it's like you can use that
right.
as a way of negotiating, so you don't have to, settle for super low rates or whatever. It's just like, I don't know, I feel like too many people, when they do, all these freelance jobs or whatever, they're like afraid instead of understanding that they have some sort of power.
Right.
They're like afraid that they're not going to get it, or they're afraid somebody else will take it out from under them. But you all need to start being just like, just forward about it. Don't be timid when it comes to that kind of stuff, because that just pulls us all down.
Yeah, it definitely does. It's gotten bad enough that and it's totally our fault. I mean, yeah, the employer should pay more, but the reason they're not paying more is because there's, other people in this community that'll do the job for less every single time. They're never in a scenario where there's no backup plan, and that's our fault. That's not their fault.
Yeah, I mean, it isn't the company's fault at all. Like, that's the thing I hate about those talks, where they say that stuff like, they're not paying us enough. You're not asking for enough. You haven't created a standard. You don't understand the power you have.
Right.
It's like, if everybody did that, it's like, is there anybody working in the industry that doesn't want to make money doing these dumb jobs? It's like, who doesn't want more compensation for what you're doing?
If I hear the argument, it's not about the money, one more time from another person in this group, I swear to God, I'm going to lose it. Yeah, we're illustrators. It's 100% about the money. That's what illustration is. It's commercial art. Like, I can't stand people that are like, I've always wanted to work for this company, and it's not about the money. So what if they only pay me $100 per card? I really want to work on the Game of Thrones card game. And, so what? It's only $100 a card, whatever. It's not about the money. It's like, yeah, it is, because people like you taking that job are the reason that company's only going to pay $100 for the rest of time, because of people like you. So everybody else in the company that works there has to get screwed because a couple people will do it for that low.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, you shouldn't just settle for that. I mean, like, it's so low and it's so not worth your time that you hurt so many people it's like you have to, remove yourself from the equation and think about everybody. And then think of how that relates to you, because it's like, you're helping people who have, like, if you don't have a family, you're helping people that do have families who are getting the same level of jobs. And then the other side of that is you're also making it easier for beginners to make a base living in order to start doing this. And then you're also helping yourself, because in the end, that raises everything.
It's like
and everybody makes more. And
when I heard this argument about like what I just said, I heard it about the Game of Thrones card game, and like I've heard it about some other stuff too. But it's like, if they're going to pay you $100 a card for a quality standard that is ridiculously more than $100, it's that's so much money. No, it isn't. That's fucking nothing. Like, for what they're asking for, you should be getting way more than that. And if you really want to work on the IP, this is the thing I never understand. Is like, it's not about the money. I love that IP and I want to work on it. It's like, do fan art. You can sell prints probably, or get permission to. You can at least go to cons and sell prints. And it's like, you're gonna make way more than that $100 if your stuff is any kind of good. Like, if you're working for one of those companies, you're good enough to sell prints at a con by default. So it's like, you can do that and not screw people and still make way more money. Like, you can work on any IP you want in terms of fan art, and if it's good and it gets seen, you'll probably get invited to work on it for more money than that. But every time you agree to do a job for that low, especially on a licensed project, you're fucking everybody. I don't even understand those licensed ones, because it's like, that is such a cash cow right now. How do you pay that low for something like that? It's just crazy.
Yeah, it is totally just backwards. Doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't know. The amount of money they make off of that stuff versus what they pay you.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like,
just on name value, like, alone.
It's
and
gross.
On license.
Like, it's just gross.
Yeah, pretty bad.
Especially with those licensed ones. I mean, it's bad in general, but I mean, there's a point in your career where you might only be worth $100 per illustration, and that's valid. But if you're working for a company, like an established company that puts out games and makes a significant profit, fuck that. Like, granted, in your career, there's going to be a point where people don't pay as much for you. That's natural. But once you get to a point where you're doing like licensed work and published work from big companies, it's like, that is not enough money.
No. And when you do work up to a place where you have enough skill to, like when you actively feel like you've done something, or you have a name in some regard, at that point you have a responsibility to do this stuff.
Right.
Where it's not like you're alone and you're just some freelancer. You have to actively think, as in, like, okay, I'm part of a community now, a community that helped me get to where I am, and now it's up to you to pay back the community. And it's in doing things like this that you do that for everybody. And you have to fight for rates. Like, I've been on the phone with companies, and like you have to fight people on stuff sometimes, and you have to be ready to do that. That's one of the biggest things that, I mean, like, I like doing that stuff in general. Like, I love doing that. Like, my dad always used to tell me to do that. My dad, he, used to go and deal with people, like, all the time. So I always used to watch him kind of negotiate deals and stuff for, like, old antiques with, like, old rich guys, and they go back and forth, and he plays, like, mind games with them and all this. And those are things you legitimately need to learn. It's like, that kind of stuff is so important. You like I said before, like bluffing and all that. Like, all of that is so important. When you get to a place where you understand that you have some sort of skill, or you get recognition through the level of work you're getting, like, understand that you have power in situations. So, like I've been on the phone with companies, and I've had to sit there and be like, this is what I want to get paid. And then they say, oh no, but we budgeted for this. And I go, oh, well, that's too bad because I have X, Y, and Z job. And even if I even want to take time away from those to do your job, it's going to cost me money if you give me that rate. And I'm going to have to, neglect them. And I just can't do that. It doesn't make sense on paper. It's not that I don't like your IP. It's not that I don't like the job. It's that it just literally doesn't make sense for me to do this. Whether or not that's true, that's what you do. And then they come back and they say, like, okay, well, we can offer this. And you go, well, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, and I appreciate you going out of the way and negotiating and trying to get me a better deal, but I really can't do it. I would love to do it. And then if it gets to the point where you feel like you might lose the job, be like, hey, any word on the thing, I'm really excited about it. I really hope we can work together, blah, blah, blah. But it's like stuff like that. Like, that might be a little while, but that's going to be a thing that will raise a standard, and you have to do that.
Yeah.
Like, you owe it to everybody.
Like, I'm not trying to be a dick, but, like, in response to what Mike said in the chat, he said, you just need to tell yourself how much do you need to survive. Rent, bills, other needs, add it together, divide it. And that's your weekly rate. It's like, no, it's not. At all.
Yeah, not at all.
At all. Because what if you want to get a house someday? What if you want to have kids and you have to provide for them? What if you get in a car crash and you don't have medical insurance because you're a freelancer and it costs $10,000? Like, what? You don't just need to survive as a freelancer. You need to make enough money to make it literally like a salary. You need to have a life savings. You need to have the same quality standard of life that other people have.
Yeah, and the other side of that is it's not even just about you and your expenses. It's about what you're doing. You are providing a service that nobody else can provide. You have to keep that in mind, that when it comes down to it and you're talking about illustration, there's about, 1% of the population can do it. And, how important is it to pop culture and everything? Like, design, it's everywhere. You are a cornerstone in all this, and it's up to you to be like, I don't want to just make enough money to survive. I want to make enough money to just turn a profit. This is a profit thing.
Yeah.
And the other side of that is that every time you undercut these companies, or you think that your rate is dependent on your rent and your bills and your food, it's like, no, it's dependent on the company too. It's dependent on the IP. It's dependent on everything. They have different budgets, and every time you undercut them, that money doesn't go, to a charity. That goes into the people's pocket. It goes back to the company.
Think about it this way, guys. Say you get a contact from an anonymous dude who wants to pitch a movie, and he needs 3 stills of backgrounds for this movie, and you're X good, however good you are for that job. What you would charge that random person to do that job is not what you would charge Paramount Pictures if you were doing 3 backgrounds for a movie that was actually going to come out. Yeah. You can't have a set rate for everything. Your rate has to vary based on client. Because those companies can afford to pay way more, and they should pay way more because you deserve it. There's no reason for them to keep that money because they're going to do nothing with it. It's going to sit. It's either that or they're going to waste it. There's no reason to feel bad about asking for more from bigger companies. That's literally why they have the money.
And they expect it, too. The other side is that the other thing that I think a lot of people don't understand is that companies budget for you.
Yeah.
So if it is something like that's an extreme example of, Paramount.
Yeah.
But, let's say you get asked to do a cover to a video game, and you're going into it blind. And you're like, okay, well, I know that for a book cover, you can get anywhere between $3,000 and $9,000, depending on what it is. And maybe you've done something like that. Maybe you've done a cover for $1,600 or something. And this is higher end fantasy in this sort of bubble world where publishing is not really that profitable. So you do that, and it's not a super high rate in comparison to something like a cover for a video game. But you go into it thinking that, okay, I've done that before, I've done something similar, so I will say $5,000. That company, at that point, for that game cover, probably just pocketed $14,000, $15,000
yeah.
that they were originally going to give you. It doesn't matter that's something, like that's what you're used to. It's the job, and
Right.
the job, for what it is and how big it is, demands a higher rate because that's just the job. Like it's this huge thing, and you have to be willing to go out of your comfort zone. Like, even if like I've had to quote things that make me feel uncomfortable, but you have to take the humanity out of it. You have to take the idea away that you're passionate about it or that you want it because you love it.
Yeah.
You have to be like, okay, this is business now. I have to.
Well, it's like everybody says, don't treat, like, you're an artist, don't treat it like a job. And it's like, when you're painting, don't treat it like a job. Enjoy it, do a really good job, have fun. When you're negotiating contracts, treat it like a fucking job.
Yeah,
always, because that is a job. That's the job side of it. Like, yeah, granted, have fun when you're painting. Don't get bored with it. Don't get all weird. But like, it's a contract negotiation. You are supposed to, delete yourself out of the equation for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's why people hire agents, because they don't want to talk about this stuff and they don't want to negotiate. They don't want to deal with that. And if you really can't do it and you don't want to face that fear, you can get an agent to do that for you if you get to that point. But like, if you don't want to get an agent and you want to stay freelance and you want to make 100% of the profit, then you have to be willing to do stuff like that, because otherwise, like I said, like we've said, you're screwing yourself and everybody. When all these places are just like ready, usually, to spend money.
I mean, that can only happen so many times before the company looks back at its books and goes, all these artists are charging $10,000 less than what we thought this was going to cost, so let's drop what we're going to have the max price be. Like, that's the thing you got to keep in mind, is like, they keep track of their records and their budgets. Like, the more this happens and the more we keep undercutting and the more we undervalue what we do, eventually that's going to literally become what they offer. It's not there everywhere yet, but it will be. That's the thing, is like, it's going to go down. They're going to go, oh, we put $25,000 aside for the marketing image, and people are only quoting us $5, so let's take that extra 20 and put it somewhere else that's, somewhere where it's going to do more good. And then it's gone. Because then when you ask for it, they're going to go, well, none of the competitors will do that. They'll do it for way less. Why should we give you more? And then it's gone. You know what I mean? Like, we've killed it at that point. It's not going to come back.
Yeah.
Question, Dan or Dave, have either of you ever designed for a shirt? And if so, how much do you charge? Depends on the company that's publishing the shirt.
Right. It's like there are certain t-shirt companies that release limited release shirts that sell out in like a day.
Yeah.
And there's certain places like a big distributor that will sell them for a long time, and that's a different rate altogether. And then there's, like getting a shirt that's going to be put in like Walmart.
Yeah. And then
that's
there's
a different
like,
rate.
with smaller companies especially, are you getting, like, what's your contract? Are you getting a royalty per shirt sold? Are they giving?
See, this is the kind of stuff to consider. That's what changes everything.
Like, if it's a big company and it's a $10 shirt, have you asked for $1 of every sale as a royalty? Will they give you that? Is that in your contract and you didn't even read it? Like, especially with stuff like T-shirts, asking for a royalty isn't out of the question. I know a lot of companies actually have that already written into the contract.
Oh, they're saying it's just for a regular standard person.
It depends on the design. If it's a really complicated design, charge hourly. If it's a simple design, charge a flat rate. Say to yourself, for where I'm at, what do I want to sell this design for? And if it's like if I was doing a whole shirt, like the whole thing covered in crazy detailed stuff, I'd charge hourly, and I'd say, it's going to be $20 an hour. It's going to take me X amount of time. And then if it's a very simple thing, just because it's simple doesn't mean you should sell it cheaper necessarily, because it's still a product that you're putting out and it still has to be of a certain quality. And chances are this person has no idea the time or the effort that has to go into it, because they're not from this world, which is something we always forget. They don't understand it, which is why they're hiring you. So it's like, if I had to do like an icon for a t-shirt, like a very simple graphic design thing, I would still charge an illustration rate for it, because it's still the same outcome. They're still selling a shirt. how complicated the image you're giving them for the shirt doesn't change the product.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of variables in there with, skill level, who it is, what it's for, where's it going to be sold. Like, all kinds of stuff goes into coming up with a rate.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't know. I know people that work for some t-shirt companies, and it's all over the map. I mean, it's really varied company to company. For private clients, though, it always comes down to what your time is worth.
Mm.
If I can, like, if I maintain the rights to the stuff and I really enjoy the idea and I've got a lot of control, I'll charge less for a private client because, that's worth it to me. I won't go crazy low, but it's like there's certain factors that'll make me want to do something cheaper. But if it's something I don't want to do and they're being like really weird about me using it or selling prints or getting a royalty, then it's like charge high because fuck it. What are you getting out of it other than the money at that point? So the money better be good, or what's the point?
Yeah. Yeah, that's like literally like the only times I would ever say to quote low, like literally the only times is when it's an opportunity, like a real opportunity to be on something and have your name be showcased.
Right.
And have it be like a big sort of like, it would be like a big PR move for you. Like you'd be everywhere, everybody would see you.
Yeah.
And like, that's important. So stuff like that is different. Like I was working out a deal with a big t-shirt distributor, and the royalties aren't super high, so I didn't feel too bad about it because that it just means that. And the other side is that like I took a low royalty rate because it's going to be my design everywhere. So I was like, okay, awesome, that'll be cool.
Mm-hmm.
But the other side of that is that, like, I mean, even though it would be everywhere, that's not enough. I would still want to make more. But the difference is that my stuff is very different from everything else that they're putting out, so it would stand out a little bit. So that kind of put me over the edge as far as, like, agreeing, whatever. But it's just a lot of different factors you should consider when you're doing anything like that. There's just different pluses to it.
Yep. But yeah, like, I don't know, like, I think this is pretty much common practice for all you guys by now because we've been saying it, but I mean, it happened to me as recently as in October of this year, or this past year, a few months ago. I got contacted by a t-shirt company that was a legit t-shirt company. I looked them up. They had stuff for sale. They had like NFL contracts and stuff. And they were like, we want you to design these shirts. We have a license with the NFL. We're going to give you X amount of money. And it was pretty good money for what they were having me do. And I got a royalty. And I didn't ask for half up front because they seemed so legit. And I was like, oh, cool. So I did like 5 really tight sketches based on this idea they gave me. And they were like, oh, we don't like the first one. Do another one. So I was like, okay. So I did another one. Oh, we don't like it. Can you do a third one? Yeah. We got up to 5, and I was like, oh, so can I get like half of the money? Because I've been working with you guys for like 3 weeks now, off and on, and I need money if I'm going to keep doing this. And they never got back to me. They never responded. I sent them several emails. They never got back to me, and they kept the designs. I mean, they had them. They're a legit T-shirt company, but there's nothing I can do now. So if that happens, like, it doesn't matter who contacts you, unless it's a company that pays by check that has a good reputation. Like I do a lot of work for Payzo now, and it's like they pay. Sometimes it might be late, but they pay. I know they do because I know enough people that have worked with them. But if it's some company you've never worked with, that you don't know anyone has ever worked with them, you can't find anyone who's ever worked with them, get half the money up front.
Or do a day rate.
Yeah. Like, just you have to do it. You have to protect yourself. I was really surprised when they did that to me. I mean, granted, I never gave them a finished product because we never got past the sketch phase, but they still have 5 really tight comps that they can either have somebody paint over or that they can use. They have several. They probably have a solid week of work from me that I'm never going to get paid for. So yeah. Oh, Brad's Evil Queen came out.
Mm-hmm. Man. Yeah, I think people just like they have the mindset going into it so much that it's like every man for himself.
Yeah.
And they don't. It just like so. It's so frustrating when people don't understand that you hurt yourself every time you think that way. It's
Yeah.
like going back. It's like before the internet. You know, you're going back into the woods.
Right.
When you do that, you're being one of those guys that's just naive again, and you're going and being like, I don't know anything about this, that, and the other thing. Oh, I'm so innocent, and yeah, feel free to screw me on everything.
I mean, it's like the reason I brought that example up is because I took my blinders off because it sounded like something I wanted to do, and I was like, I don't want to lose this opportunity. I could be on T-shirts. They have an NFL license. They sell shirts at Walmart. They wanted me to take. They're not going to pay me, so fuck it. I'm just going to talk about it. They wanted me to take NFL players, like real players, and turn them into Frank Frazetta warriors. So like big muscly dudes with like swords and armor and stuff, but they wanted it to all be football themed. So I had like spiked shoulder pads with footballs stuck on them, and like I turned like the helmets into like pauldrons and things, and I did like 5 tight drawings for them. And I really wanted to do that job. I was really excited about it. I knew that they had the exposure. I thought it was a really good career move. So I let my passion for it get in the way of looking at it like a businessman. And I did all this work for them, and I'm never going to get paid for it. It's never going to happen.
Yeah, and
So
that isn't
don't-
like a
don't
thing
do
where
that.
you just go, oh, that's part of the business. It's like, no, that's part of
Yeah.
people who don't think.
That was my fault. That's not.
Right.
I mean, yes, it's wrong they didn't pay me, but that was 100% my fault. And I completely mean that when I say it. You can disagree all you want, but that was my fault. I
Dan's
should.
not going to get paid for it because it wasn't in writing. He didn't have a contract that said he would get this money right now, or
Yeah.
that he had a day rate and this was what it was and they have to pay it. If
I
that were
had,
the case, it'd be different.
Yeah, I had an NDA, but I didn't have a thing that said you're going to get this money by this date because we were still in the sketch phase. I was working for them, but I hadn't given them any finals. It was this weird kind of gray area between being accepted for the job and signing the contract. And what they did was they very intentionally made me do as much work as possible before I questioned it. I got up to 5 tight drawings, and then I was like, okay, well, obviously we're working well together and we've got these 5 cool drawings, so send the contract over. If I'm going to be doing this much sketching, I need to get paid. And then they cut the tether, and that was it. So they would have kept going if I hadn't asked that question, but that was totally my fault. And I should have seen that coming a mile away, but I didn't because I was too excited. I was like, oh, I really want this job, and I let myself get completely fucked. But yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, always look at that stuff like a businessman. Make sure you treat it like a job. Because it is.
Well, my ex-day said, should we always work under contract? It's, if they don't give you a contract, like for me, working for like personal clients that are just people hiring out, like it was always enough for them to pay at least like half up front.
Yeah, if you get half up front from a private client, that's enough of a contract. For a
Yeah,
company, though,
usually that's enough unless something goes wrong in the exchange. And, like rarely there'll be a lot of, issues as far as like the personal stuff, like, dealing with them that might be bad. So like sometimes that can happen where they're just kind of a weird person, and maybe that means that they're just going to walk away or something. But if there's no issues and they seem like a decent enough whatever, then usually personal clients half up front is good. But for most jobs you get that are bigger jobs, they'll have a contract in place. But it's up to you to look over the contract and say like, well, I can't work for this rate, and then make your case. And if it's super low, then make sure that make sure that at the very least, like if you're getting paid like nothing, make sure there's something in there that says like, okay, yeah, but you're limited to a couple revisions because this is so low.
Right,
Or
I do.
you're limited to like a couple of sketches because this is such a low rate. I just won't be able to do it.
Yeah.
You know, there has to be something there to protect you from just being screwed. And then if we go past this number, you know, then we have to start I have to start charging this.
And I mean, it can feel really weird, but you have to put your foot down about that. Like, I did a logo job over the summer, and I did like, I had an agreement with the guy through Gmail because it was a private job, like the ones we were just talking about. I said to him, I will do a round of sketches. There will be 5 sketches for your logo. You'll pick the one you like the most. You'll tell me what revisions you want then. Then I'll give you the final, and that's it. And he said, okay. Paid me the money. I did it. He picked the one he liked with the revisions. I did it and finished it. 2 months later, he sent me an email in September, and he said, hey, this is great, but I need these changes. And I said, well, I'm not doing that unless you pay me more money on my hourly rate. And he got really mad. What the fuck? I'm gonna blacklist you, blah blah blah. I'm gonna comment on all your stuff and tell people how horrible you are. And it was like, well, you're taking advantage of me. You're trying to take advantage of me right now. You agreed to a certain set of things. I did it. You can't come at me 60 days later with new revisions and expect me to do it for free. There's no way. And like that can feel really weird when you get put in that kind of scenario where you have to tell people, no, I'm worth this, because you can start to feel kind of ego weirdness when you start talking that way. But you have to do it, because what's the alternative? I do free work for this guy. It's like I already did the job, you know what I mean? Like you have to carve yourself out a set of standards.
Wondering how you word a contract for payment needs to be confirmed and considered a contract. I would seriously, it's not worth me just bullshitting you. I would seriously go to a lawyer who deals in that stuff and just pay that one. Because, if you get a contract set that's just your contract, then you can use it over and over. So, just pay once to get a contract written up of, what you do and go by that. That's what I would do. If I were to go back and do it all again, I would do that. I would just take a hit on the one time I get a contract made up.
It's a good, yeah.
As far as revisions and sketches and all that stuff, figure out what your standards are. And do it. Go from there.
In terms of what Eager have asked, what does it take to get a job for something like the Cryptids card game realistically? Well, that's the same answer as any other job you could mention. You could say any company instead of Cryptids in that sense, and it's the same answer. You have to look at all their art and be as good or better than their lowest common denominator. That's any company. If 30 people are working at Sony, you have to be as good as number 30 or better, or you don't even stand a chance. That's the thing, is you have to get there, but then, what they like as a company, they really like rendering, they really like clean style. Just look at their art and look at the checklist of things that most of them have in common. Very clean style, lots of, very digital textures and things like that. They really like it clean.
Detailed.
Very, very detailed, very Korean design aesthetic. If you guys don't know what Korean design aesthetic is, just look at Korean artists. You'll see what I mean in a heartbeat.
Slowly becoming Korean.
Yeah, they like exciting composition. You don't see a lot of cards from them where it's just a person. Like that Brad image is a very stark image, the one that just came out, because it's the opposite of what they usually do. It's 3 people staring at you faced forward. Their other cards don't do that. They're always in 3/4 from a crazy angle, or someone's flying, or there's spell effects everywhere. So that card stands out because it breaks the rule. But that's really what they want. They want dynamic angles, they want dynamic compositions, and they want lots of very Korean design aesthetic.
Yeah, but at the same time, just do the same thing you do for anything. Work hard, study fundamentals, and do stuff that's appealing to you. Like everybody says, work for the job you want to have. You do. If you're into that rendering thing and you do that well, and you do your own kind of approach, your own, genre stuff, then you're going to stand out no matter what job you want.
Right.
But companies will supply contracts.
Yeah.
Usually, when I say contract and get one written up, it's mainly for starting out, because when you're starting out and doing freelance, you're pretty much unprotected. It's up to you to really supply that stuff, because when you're dealing with people who just hire you out of the blue, most of the time, they're just kind of new to everything. They don't understand what you're doing. They don't understand how you work. So they're not a company. They don't know
Right.
how to work with an artist. So it's up to you to really show them. And something you could do, and I would suggest this if you're working for somebody like that. If you just go in and say, hey, here's a contract, you got to sign it, you'll scare a lot of people off.
Right.
So I would suggest saying, I have a contract that basically just protects me, make sure I get paid, make sure you have like a clause where, you cancel the job or whatever, how much money you get if they decide to walk away halfway through, things like that. Just take a lot of stuff into consideration. But just explain to them that this is the way it is, just because I've had dealings in the past that, ended up with me losing, money or whatever. And then just say either that or you pay me half up front and go that way.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, that should be enough not to scare them off if you offer something like that.
I mean, the thing Dave was mentioning earlier in that statement, like if you're listening to this and you get contacted by a company like Peso, and they're like, hey, we'd love to work with you, don't send them a contract. They're going to send you a contract, and if you send them your contract and they say, well, we don't sign artist contracts, don't be like, oh, they're trying to screw me. Like, it's not what we're talking about, just to be totally clear for anyone who doesn't know. Those companies are established. They have hundreds of artists who've worked with them. You can contact those people and ask them. 9 times out of 10, nobody has a problem with any of them. They will give you a contract and tell you what the rules are at their company. If you don't like their rules, then you're not going to work for them. There's no real negotiation with those companies.
Yeah, unfortunately, those places are
set rates
at a point where they're the artists who start out doing like RPG books and stuff, and they kind of get, for whatever reason, molded into this mindset where it's like, this is all it is and this is it forever, and they never negotiate, never do anything. So that's not a normal thing, and
Right.
people don't expect that. And usually when you do that, unfortunately, they kind of treat you like, you're a problem, or you're going to be a problem to
Right.
work with, which is ridiculous. It should change. You
It
should
should
be able to negotiate a rate from one of those groups, but sadly, like we were talking about before, it's the people who are willing to do anything.
Just so everyone listening understands, those RPG companies have set rates, and if you want to work with them, you accept that, and you don't negotiate it. Not yet. I mean, hopefully it goes up. Hopefully it's a little more transparent, but there's enough people that want to work for them now that if you don't like the way they do things, they'll just get somebody else. So it's up to you. If you want the job, take it. If you don't want the job, don't take it.
Yeah. Yep. But, yeah, that's...
Most people don't stay at those jobs. Some people do, but those are usually like mid-tier freelance. Like, you start off with private clients, you're a beginner, you get stuff from the forums, Craigslist, whatever you're doing. And then companies start hiring you, and then that's all mid-tier. I mean, even stuff like Magic the Gathering is mid-tier freelance. The rates they pay aren't crazy. Like, that's all middle ground. Even things as big as Magic are still in the middle ground. And then there's high-end freelance where you're getting, like 5,000 to 10,000 more per image. Like that. Yeah. That's cream of the crop, top-end freelance. All the jobs you guys want to do, even Cryptids is a mid-tier job. Even their highest-paid artists don't make a fraction of what like advertising freelancers make. Like, so all that stuff, all the games and stuff you want to work on, that's all mid-tier. Working for like a studio, you're not a freelancer anymore, but that's on the high end. Working for movies, you're not a freelancer anymore, so that's on the high end. And then there's lots of high-end freelance and advertisement, but you have to be like best of the best.
But yeah, I mean, like if you're working on like, if like some of the best guys that I've heard of make like $300,000 a year and stuff, like just working in film concept and all that, and like that's crazy. Like that's the biggest stuff. So like there's such a huge range in freelance and what you do. And the other side of that is when you say like when Dan says like magic is mid tier, he doesn't mean quality or artwork. He means pay.
I mean mid tier pay scale.
Yeah. So like basically like those guys, it depends on how fast they are, but if they were doing like top quality work for magic, chances are they could be doing, if they got a way into doing like film and stuff, freelance, know the right people, get into some, get into just like
right
networking with all these big names. Eventually, they'd probably be able to do the same level of work, but make crazy money.
Well, this is the weird thing, like what Jock said. He said, it seems like Cryptids has an insane standard these days. Seeing it a while back was very different. Well, the reason they have an insane standard is because they should. Right now, out of all the card games, there's a lot of card games right now that you could work for. There's literally like 30 that I could probably list. They pay the most, and the company that pays the most gets to have the highest standards, and they get to have the best artists, because why wouldn't they? This is, again, it's another example of this job as an illustrator is 100% about the money. It's a commercial art. It's advertising. Even images you're doing for book covers, you're still advertising the book. Like, that's all this is. It's art for money. That's all illustration ever has been. The companies that pay the most get to have the best people. Cryptids has always paid the most, but nobody knew who they were till now. And now that more good people are working for them, everybody else is seeing that, and it's cycling itself up to a point where only the best people are going to be working there in a matter of time. But that's the way it has to happen because they pay the most. Before Cryptids, it was Magic. All the best people worked in Magic. And that's the thing, is because back then, Magic paid the most. So whoever offers the best deal has the best standards.
And even then, it's also about, how they've grown in popularity as far as, like, just among freelancers. Like, they're really good. They know... Like, they reach out to everybody, and, like, that's the thing, is, like, they actively reach out, and they're nice about it. That's a huge part of it, is they're really good to their freelancers for the most part, and, sure, some of the stuff they ask for is out of certain people's, like, range as far as, like, how detailed everything has to be. Like, some people aren't used to working like that, so that can be a pain, but, like, that's most of the reason why everybody goes there is just, it's the money plus the work experience is a lot different. And you don't, there's a lot of factors to it. They're basically the example of how to run that kind of company.
Right.
Like, pretty much. Like, that's more so what it means, is they understand that artists have value.
Right.
And they totally are 100% about that. Like,
I mean, they're hiring artists I know now to be managers of other artists who set the standards. So it's like they really get it, because, like, I'm not gonna name names because I don't know if I can, but they're hiring people that we know, some people even from the group, to work there and set the standards. So it's artists telling the company what needs to happen. So that's really good. It's a really good way to do it. Thomas said, I'm in a position where I don't really need to work for quite a while. Would you recommend me just training with personal stuff? Some people improve under pressure of strict deadlines. I don't know. Well, the answer to that question is, are you one of those people? Because if you're not...
I know that I'm one of those people. I like need pressure, or I don't work. Really.
Yeah, like, if you're going to be lazy, then take on jobs and have the pressure and get better that way. But, I mean, ideally, you're not a lazy person, and you don't have to do jobs that are going to be, counterproductive, and you can just focus on studying, making a really killer, unique portfolio. Because if you work for companies, your portfolio is going to look like a company portfolio. Like, right now, my portfolio looks like RPG company guy number 876. Like, that's the thing, is, like, the more company work you do, the more your portfolio looks like company work, and you have to do personal work in your spare time to make your portfolio unique, and it becomes a big time thing. If you're not going to be lazy, which you shouldn't be, I don't know if you are, but you shouldn't be, you could spend, the next year, 2 years, however much time you have, studying, getting really good, making a really unique portfolio, and then coming out of nowhere, like one of those guys like Rwangia or Brad, they just came out of left field completely after studying in the dark for X amount of years, and their style was totally unique, and it took everybody by storm, and they were like, oh, holy shit, and they jumped right to the top relatively quick. Like, that's what you should do, ideally, if you can. But if you're going to be lazy and play games and eat Cheetos, then fuck it, work for RPGs.
Yeah, and the other side of that is that that's not necessarily an excuse, laziness. It's like you can say you're lazy, but when you say you're lazy, that's when you become lazy. You sort of put on that hat. Like, that's what you become when you say it. So when you announce it, I am lazy, that's what you're saying. When really, it's just as easy to say you're disciplined and to just start doing that. It's like I was lazy before I started studying.
Right.
But it's, work your ass off and just get out of that because you can do it. Anybody can do it. And it becomes sort of an addiction to try and get better. So any free time you have, if you're not in, like, it's just one of those things. If you're not in the place you want to be working for that. Do the job you want right now. So if you're not in a position skill-wise to take on the work you want, then that's the solution, right there. You just saw it. I need to work on my skill. I need to start busting my ass with studies. I need to study why other people are the way they are. Like, what is it about composition? What don't I understand about the human anatomy? Like, all these things are going to be the determining factor in whether or not you use your time well, basically.
I mean, the cool thing about being unemployed, and this, like, I really mean this, the cool thing about being unemployed when you're a freelancer is that you can imagine the job you want to do and then do it without an art director the way that you feel it should be done, the way that your unique stylistic tastes, are dictating to you it should look. You can put your own spin on it. You can make it really unique. No one's going to shoot down any of your ideas. You can really run wild with it. You can build a cool portfolio based on that. And then chances are those jobs you wanted will see it, and it'll be something they never even considered, and then you might get hired to do exactly that. You have total free reign to sandbox your ideas. You can do whatever you want. It's like, so if you're in a financial scenario where you can take time off and do that, it's like, why wouldn't you? You get to be the purest form of why you chose to do this. Like, 9 times out of 10, when you get a job doing these kind of things, like any RPG company, any video game company, it's not going to be what you thought it was when you were hoping to get the job. It'll be kind of like it, but people are going to shoot down ideas that you really love. People are going to tell you can't do certain things you want to do. There's going to be all kinds of restrictions. There's going to be creative pipelines. When you have free time and you can do the work on your own and be your own art director, none of that is there. You can do whatever you want. You can make whatever impression you want, and then you can take the results of that and show it to people and go, this is what I think it should be. And chances are they're going to see it and go, oh, wow, that's valid. Now that we've seen it, it didn't make sense when we heard about it, but now that we've seen it, we get it. So it's like, that's what you should do, ideally.
Yeah, like that's the thing with any sort of position you end up in, where you could be studying all the time, outside of your freelance work, but that won't matter until you do, like Dan said, the actual cool thing that's in your head that nobody's letting you do.
Right.
And as soon as you do that, those are always like catalysts. Those like the things that just like shoot you off, and you're just like, now I'm in the direction that I was supposed to be in. So, like, studies are important, jobs are important, but so aren't your ideas. Like,
right.
I didn't get anything until I started doing different takes on things, or, like fan art and all that stuff. Like, that's the whole reason I moved out of, certain positions. Like, each job you get, that can be just like a box, like you could just be in that box forever if you never make the decision to do something for yourself that is representative of what you actually know how to do, what you actually know is cool. It's one of those things where it's like, you can sit around and talk about why things aren't good, or what is stupid about the industry, or what sucks about this or that job, but until you address it in your own work, nobody cares.
Yeah,
and
no one
usually
cares.
When they see it addressed in your work, it's like a light bulb goes off and they're like, you did it, like you did it right, like you did what people were thinking. And like everybody has the same kind of general likes, dislikes about certain things that are going on in the industry. So whenever you address that and show it in your work, like it's easy for people to relate to. So all those things outside of jobs, outside of studies, are the real sort of the real sort of moves to make as far as like getting what you want.
So like, I don't know if this is healthy or not, but this is what I've been doing. And I mean, I kind of recommend it based on what I've been seeing as a result. But what I've been doing lately, and again, this might not be healthy, just a disclaimer. I work super hard for a month to 2 months at a time, and I save as much money as I possibly can, and I eat like nothing at all. I eat like vegetables and chicken and the cheapest possible food I can get at the supermarket, like soup. And then I save up money, and I save up enough money till I have enough to cover my next month's rent and utility. And then I go, I've got 30 days to do whatever the fuck I want with my art. And at the end of those 30 days, I have to go back to making money. Let's see what I can get done. Let's see how refreshing it'll be. And I go into my own mode where like I'll fill up sketchbooks. I'll have tons of ideas that I put down. I'll start pieces. Maybe I don't necessarily finish them because I'm not as fast as I'd like to be yet. But it's so refreshing to get back to that pure creativity mindset where I don't have someone telling me like, no, the mandibles on that fly have to look more like scorpion. It's like, like I can, you can do whatever the fuck you want and like buy yourself the free time. Like especially if you're in the beginning, because like I'm here talking, but I'm still pretty much a beginning freelancer. I'm working for low to middle tier companies, and the money really doesn't matter that much at this point. It does to the point that I'm surviving, but like if a company screws me, it's a matter of a couple $100. It's not like I'm losing crazy cash. So if I can take time off, I should, because my time isn't worth that much yet. You know what I mean? Like when I look at my portfolio, it's the same thing I talked about in that freelance talk. Look at your portfolio. All of you should do this tonight if you're listening. Look at your portfolio and really honestly ask yourself, is this portfolio a reflection of why I got into this? Does this portfolio look like who I wanted to be when I decided I was going to be an artist? And it won't. I can almost guarantee you for all of you it won't, because you're trying to get a job, you're trying to please art directors, you're trying to look like artists that sell. So you become a product of the industry you've thrown yourself into, and you've lost sight of why you got into it in the first place. If you can afford to take time off by saving money to really focus on why you started doing this, that's when you're going to come up with the unique ideas that are going to save that portfolio. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, just some suggestions that I'd make is if, I don't know, obviously I can't speak for the whole group because this applies to different people in different ways, but yeah, like I would just say like expose yourself to lots of different things. Like even though you're busy, for me, I would have just been like dead if I didn't have like my upbringing as like a kid. It's like I consumed media, I consumed games, I consumed comic books, I consumed movies, all that stuff. But because I kind of jumped into freelance and studies and all this, it's like it's so easy to get absorbed into that world and only do that and forget all your influences and forget all of the sort of things that made you. And I think it's super important, like especially now, for me, I have to go back and like read books and like comic books. I have to like buy art books from like my favorite animes and all this other stuff because I sort of like, because I got so busy, I like cut off influence. And I feel like it's one of those things where you sort of see like old industry guys get into it, where they almost like forget. It seems like they like, when you see a movie come out and you're like, how the hell do they think that's cool?
Yeah.
I think that's a part of it, where they're just so in that world that they never see trend things, like things that are actually happening around them.
Yeah, they're in an infinity loop. That whole industry is in an infinity loop where They keep going through bad ideas that are old until they come to good ideas that are new, which are actually the old bad ideas, and then they keep going and going and going and going and going, because all the people in that are in that, and they never get out of it, so they never have perspective. And
Yeah,
the
like
same shit keeps happening when you get into that cycle.
Yeah, like that's pretty much one of the reasons I feel that I had such a hard time coming back to myself after doing all the studies and working for all these clients for so long, for like years. I couldn't even remember how to paint for myself. So, just like Dan was saying, that kind of, anytime you can, taking a break, do your portfolio stuff for you, but also consume things that are
Yeah.
just cool, like things that you might not have even thought of. Like I follow, people on Facebook and all that, and I saw the Ghost in the Shell art book, and I was like, I like that movie. I never seen the art book before, so I just like bought it and looked through it, and I'll get ideas. Or I'll buy like Batman Year One, and it's Batman in the '80s, and he's sort of just like a human,
Right.
doing all this cool stuff, and that gives me influence. And I'll go back and play video games sometimes, like like old Sega Genesis games that I can play in like 2 seconds and shut off.
Right.
And then like just all those things give me ideas and influence me. But if all I ever did was studies, which are super important and you should do them, but if all I ever did was that, I'd do the same kind of thing that I did, which is kind of slowly turn into like a machine where I was just producing stuff, and it was
Right.
just stuff, but it was regurgitated stuff from my own head instead of fresh things coming in and out, and new ideas cycling in, and being able to produce that in my own work and getting it out on paper and being like, okay, that's my idea. Now back to client work, instead of just study, client, study.
Yeah, it's like, and I'm just gonna say this because I don't want to like hide behind it, because I've noticed it insanely lately, so I'm just gonna address it. Like, my work. Okay, so basically, you guys all know because I've talked about it on here. I had to move into a place that was twice as expensive as the one I was in, so all my costs doubled and I couldn't afford it. So I started taking on as many jobs as I possibly could and getting crazy stressed. I stopped working out pretty much entirely because I didn't think I had time, and I pretty much stopped studying. I still do sketchbook stuff, but I don't do like I used to do on the streams. And my work has pretty much plateaued for months, and I know it has, and I see it, and I'm very much aware of it. And it's because I haven't been making the time, whether I have it or not, to do those necessary things. Don't get into the scenario I'm in if you can avoid it. Don't take on so much work that you don't have time to do that stuff, because you will literally just end up like, imagine boiling a piece of meat that's like, really good. You're making like a boiled dinner. And then you take it out and you just leave the pot full of grease on the stove for months. That's what I've become. I'm a greasy old pot that reeks right now. I have to change it, and I know I have to change it, and I'm trying to move so I can get back on track to a cheaper place. But like, holy shit, don't do what I did, because oh man, that first year at Crimson Daggers, I got so much better than when I started, and it felt great. And then the second year was all about the jobs. I made it all about the jobs, and the improvement went to shit. And like, you'll see it happen at some point. I think everybody has that happen, and then they go, "Oh, got to start studying again. Got to get back to the hard work." Like, pretty much everyone I've talked to has gone through cycles of that, but like I'm on the far end of the opposite right now, and I'm very much aware of it. Like, I'm not gonna pretend it's not happening, but like, yeah, just watch out, because it can really blindside you.
Yeah, that happened to me, and that was like, it's about sacrifice. That's what it becomes. It's like you might be in a place where you can't afford it. You might be in a place where it seems too hard to do anything else than what you're currently doing, because you're like, I just don't have time. But it's moments like that where you have to make decisions about what you want to do, and realize that if you kept doing what you're doing, it's not like you would ever get out. You'd always be there. So it's up to you to be like, even though I don't have it, I'm going to make it happen. Somehow I'm going to be faster. Somehow I'm going to get smarter. I'm going to understand more about this. I'm going to, study. I'm going to do my personal work when I can. Like, it sucks, but sometimes that's really the only thing you have left to do. That happened to me. Like I had, and I already said it. It's like when I started doing Ninja Turtle stuff. That took me 6 months. It took me 6 months to do. I think like 15 or 16 images.
Yeah.
And that wasn't easy. Like I was having a hard time paying for my bills and stuff. I had just moved to Boston. It was like it's really expensive, where I lived. In comparison to what I was making. So I was like, oh my God, like maybe this will be enough to get me better work and get me back into doing my own stuff and give me time. And, but that's a 6 month sacrifice basically. And, you really got to do that. Like, even if you can't do it, just coming from somebody who's done it. Like, I was in such a horrible place. I was in debt. I was, I was working for like Magic even and all this. And it was so hard. And that alone, that one sacrifice was big enough to, get me all kinds of new opportunities. But do that though. Like, whenever you find yourself in a position like Dan's in, analyze it, be like, I know why I'm here, and make the change that night or, as soon as you possibly can.
Yeah, just do it. Like right now, I'm getting ready to move, and as soon as I move, I'll be okay. And I know I'll be okay because I won't have to make stupid money anymore. Like I can make kind of stupid money. Like, don't get me wrong, the stress was good, and I'm glad I went through it, but I've had enough. I learned all the lessons I'm going to learn, and there's no point in taking algebra twice. Trust me, I failed it 6 times. Just get the fuck out the first time you failed it. Don't go back. I've had enough of this. Like, I've learned all the lessons this stress is going to teach me. It did some good things, it did some bad things. I'm glad it happened, but it's time to get back to improvement and not work mode.
Yeah, I mean that's all. Yeah, like for you, yeah, that's definitely like all the next month should be for the most part. Is like studies.
Yeah, that's all. Studies. That's all it should be. Is just rendering, composition, anatomy, rendering, composition, anatomy, rendering, composition, anatomy. Like, and I really want to do it. I'm like excited to do it. It's not that I'm not doing it out of laziness. It's that I'm not doing it because I don't feel like I can right now. Every hour of every day is pretty much compensated for right now. But pretty soon it won't be, thank goodness. And keep in mind, everything we're saying is all about balance. You have to do client work to survive in the beginning. You have to do it. You can dig yourself out of it and do more creative things, but you have to find a balance between I'm doing my own thing and I'm making a portfolio of images that I like that are going to get me the jobs that I want, and also I'm doing jobs that pay my bills. Like, you're going to have to do both. We're not saying don't work for these companies. We're just saying don't work so much for them that you lose track of why you started doing this, because I feel like tons of people do that. I started to do it this year, and I was like, oh wait, I hate everything in my portfolio. Then why am I doing it? And it's like, you have to do it to a degree, but you should also be doing other stuff on the side that you're
not doing. It's that same thing of every time you do something that is better than that for yourself, you're one step closer to being away from where you are.
Well, it's like there's only one thing in my portfolio that everybody liked this whole year, and it was that one cathedral night I did that was completely my own idea. Like, people liked Charlie, and that was mine. People liked the cathedral night, and that was mine. People liked Sheldorado. Everything else is just like, oh, cool rendering on the night, dude, I guess. It kind of looks like Jaime Lannister from Game of Thrones. Good job, good RPG art. It's like, no one cares about. They've seen it. All the stuff you're going to do for these companies, they've seen it from better people than you. Like, it's all recycled ideas. You have to get out of that and do some stuff that you actually want to do with your own flavor. You have, because people respond to that. I didn't realize how insanely true that was till this year. When you do the stuff for yourself, people respond to that so much more.
Whether you believe it or not. Whether you believe it or not. It's like when I did like well-rendered like Warcraft stuff, it's like it didn't matter that it was well-rendered. It didn't matter, like about anything. It was just that it was Warcraft. People don't give a shit.
Yeah.
And that's just what it is. It's like you're not, like we've said 100 times on here, you're never bigger than the thing you're doing if it's for a client.
Yeah, never.
You're not going to, if anything, that company will absorb you, not vice versa.
Right.
So whatever you think you're kind of like bringing to it, you know, you might be the one guy who is whatever, or you could be yourself. And
See,
people will respond to that.
Think about this. If you think you're bigger than the company you're working for, let's run with the Warcraft analogy just because Dave mentioned it. Let's say you find some amazing way to do Warcraft characters. You've rendered them in a way that no one else has ever rendered them. They're still Warcraft characters, though. They still fall under the Samwise style guide, blah, blah, blah. Whatever. You brought your flavor to it. You did it. There is nothing stopping them once you quit or stop working there, or even when you're still working there, from giving all your images to other artists in the folder and saying, you have to make your stuff look like this. Once you do the work for them, it's theirs. Whatever you brought to the table belongs to them. If you really revolutionize it, it doesn't matter if you revolutionized it, because they own it. They can make everybody else do it the same way you did it. Think about big games that are popular, and think about how when these breakout artists did the work for them, oh, how come all the sequels looked like worse versions of the first one? Oh, it's because exactly what I just said happened every single time. The artists who did the first one stopped working there, and they said, okay, new artists, look like this guy. How many people are trying to be Jamie Jones because their clients are telling them to be Jamie Jones? Yes, that's admirable, and yes, I love his stuff, but there are situations where the people might not even want to do it, and the clients are telling them to do it. And that's the stuff you got to think of, because you never think of that. People never think of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there comes a point where you have to embrace your own ideas. It's like imagine if Michael Jackson never left the Jackson 5.
Right.
It's like, you know, sure, he might be the best one out of the group, but it's like he only flourishes when he's just doing Beat It.
Yeah, exactly.
And like totally different and whatever.
Because
like,
as
kind
good
of thing when you're a member of a company.
As good as the other four in the Jackson 5 were, they were still pulling him down because he was the best.
Yeah, it's like, it's so funny. Like, it's just thinking in terms of teams and stuff. It's like essentially you're part of an art team, and you'll only be as good as the company.
Well, it's like the law of averages. Like, the average of a combination of numbers will always be lower than the highest number in that combination. So be the highest number. Don't be the fucking average. You get pulled down the more people you put in the pot.
Yeah.
Always, 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 especially in creative stuff. If you're working with a 2 and you're a 10 and your stuff has to get approved by a 4, what is that? That's 16 divided by 3. I can't do math, whatever. But it's not going to be 10. It's like, it's just so, it's horrible.
Yeah, because that's the thing is, like, in Magic and all that, like, I remember people were talking about, to me, because I use Magic as my sort of base. I told myself when I get Magic, that'll give me enough of a name. Once I have that name from doing Magic, I can then start doing live streams, and maybe people will give a shit about me. That was my intention, was that it's enough of a job that has a title that people respect, so maybe people will listen to me when I talk.
Right.
So I used that as a tool and started doing live streams, and people used to say things like, oh, now you're popular, this, that, and the other thing. And it's like, no, because nobody knows you ever, and we've said this before, but it's this thing we're talking about where you're just a part of a group of people, a collective of artists, and people who play the game and really, really support it might know the artist by name, and they might say, well, that's my favorite artist, and that's my favorite artist. But they're going to have 10 favorite artists, and they're all going to be from the same game, and it's not because you're the artist. It's because you're part of a game. And that's the same thing. If you ever want to do your own stuff, if you ever want to be your own artist, you ever want to be whatever, it's like it takes getting away from that and trusting that whatever you think of is probably cooler than that. So, you know, do those things, grow with those things, but don't think that that is a place, like, I'm not saying that you have to want to strive for, like, everything in the world, but at the same time, if that's unsatisfying to you in any way, that you don't get to do what you want in your own head, you know, everything that you think of, all that, then don't think that like sticking with them forever is going to change that. It's up to you to get away. Like Dan's saying, his portfolio right now is like RPG guy number 66. He's just, hey, look at him. He's got another alien bug in a cave. And it's like, yeah, there's like that's just filler in a book or a card game or whatever. And it just says bug in a cave. That's not going to be like the thing that sells the game. It's not going to be the whatever, and I've done so many of those, and everybody I know has done so many of those, and Dan's done a bunch of them. And it's like everybody knows that. So, like, yeah, if that's all you ever do, again, that's all you'll ever do. So it takes those moments of separating yourself and, like Dan said, taking on a personal project. And, like, that alone, whether you believe it or not, it's like if you love it, everybody will love it. Or
Other
at least
people
they'll
are gonna
love it
love
more
it.
than what you've done before.
Yeah, other people are. If you really are into it, other people are going to be into it because they'll see it in the work. You can see it in the work. You just can.
Yeah.
Dave and Dan, ever thought of opening a small studio? I mean, a studio in terms of a bunch of people working together under the same roof, sharing ideas and inspiring each other. I don't think necessarily like, let's all bring in a collective $300,000 a year and then divide it. Like, not really, no. But I'd love to work with other people.
Yeah, I'd like to work in the same room as other people, but I wouldn't want to just like...
I don't want to make money off other people's hard work, and I don't want them to make money off my hard work. I'd love to work with people, but I don't really like profit sharing. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me, really. I mean, maybe it would if in terms of... I don't know enough about it, really, so it kind of weirds me out. But I'd love to work with people, but I wouldn't want to take a cut of their earnings just because I was under the same studio name.
Benja, this is basically what I'm saying. He said, so stop doing Warriors, ? And I would say, if Warriors are what you love, like in your core, if that is what you love, then do it.
Yeah.
But the thing is, and I believe this is true with most people,
It'll be good to pick up.
because you're an artist and you're a creative person, it's like, all right, your idea of that ideal thing is probably better than any other art director in the world is ever going to tell you, because it's coming through your lens. How you see it is how you see it. Yeah. How you interpret those things and what you love about them is unique to you, whether you believe it or not. So somebody else is never going to tell you what's good, in terms of what you love, because what you love is what's good. And when they direct you in a different direction than that, then yeah, I would say stop doing that after a while. Do it when you have to, because everybody needs to make money.
Yeah, you have to do it for a while.
But, when you have time and you get away, yeah, do your version of the thing you love. Like, if you truly love Dungeons and Dragons, then chances are you have a vision for it if you're an artist, or you did. Maybe it's coming back to that, what inspired you in the first place to get into art, like what it was that you loved, and then, like, go all into it, like say, like, well, this is what I saw in my head, this is why I fell in love with it. And, those things, like we were saying, they'll always translate no matter what. It'll translate as your unique vision of it, and as long as it looks like you had fun doing it, other people will have fun looking at it. They'll like it more. It'll show in the work. You might not even be able to see it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's totally true. I mean, in terms of, like, the Warriors thing, maybe you love doing Warriors. That's totally valid. I love drawing knights and designing armor and stuff, but, I don't do, like, 8 pages of Conan in my sketchbook, just shirtless dudes with swords. I design things, and that's why I enjoy it. But, like, ask yourself, and everybody should do this, do you like Warriors and stuff like that because you legitimately like doing them and you've always liked doing them and that's just something you're very prone to? Or do you like Warriors because you've done them so much that it's muscle memory and clients want to see it, so you've ingrained it into your head that that's what you need to do and that's what you have to do, so that's what you're going to do? Because it might not be that for all of you, but I guarantee it's that way for some of you. I've gone through that where I'm like, I need to do this because I like it. And then I step back and I'm like, I hate it. I don't want to do it. I just know that clients want to see it. So it's like, just figure out what you actually like versus what you think you have to do. I
Mm.
mean, it's the balance thing. Keep two separate checklists in the back of your head or on your wall if you're like scatterbrained and you need that. I do that all the time. I write stuff down and hang it up so don't forget.
Mm.
Have two checklists. What you need to do technically to improve clients, which is about fundamentals and application, and what you need to do creatively to build a portfolio that's going to set you apart from the competition. Those two lists are never going to match up. Your ideas have nothing to do with your fundamentals. They're totally different. Tons of people are really good at one or the other. The people that really, really make it are the people that can find a way to be good at both. And they're two totally separate things. They never mix. You can be really good at light and anatomy and composition and color and application and draw the most boring shit in the world, or you can focus on design and originality and come up with some really cool stuff that maybe isn't rendered the best. Both of those have a fundamental weakness because ideally you'd want to be both. So if you can have two separate checklists and hit both from two separate fronts, you're going to end up in a really good sweet spot. But don't ever get stuck in one or the other because you're shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, and the other thing, like Dan said about, is that what you really want to do? Like, if people are confused, and I totally understand if you're kind of like, you're kind of thinking, oh, but I don't know. And I used to not really know, or I thought like, I grew up kind of, like if I'm talking about like my truthful, what I love stuff that maybe not everybody loved. Maybe not all my friends loved. So I would do the things that my friends liked, even though like I found some enjoyment out of it. Like me and Dan used to play like RPGs and stuff.
Yeah.
Like all the time. Dan enjoyed RPGs way more than I did.
Yep.
And I still like them, and I played them, but I would much rather play, like an action game. Or like something like that, like not like a shooter, but like an arcade game or something. And like, I really wanted to, whenever I saw anybody else enjoying something, I was like, oh, I wonder if I'd like it. So I'd try it, and I would try to like it. And so like I did that for a long time, and I did that in all things where I was just trying to find more cool stuff.
And keep in mind, before Dave keeps going, when you try to like something, you end up doing it more than people that actually like it because you're overcompensating.
Yeah, so basically what ended up happening was that I sort of had like a mixed bag of all these things that I thought I liked, but they weren't purely my influences. They weren't the things that got me excited, where they would be good and I'd enjoy them and I'd enjoy certain music and whatever. But it was almost like an insecurity. It's like when I was a little kid, I had it like my group of friends would like metal and stuff, and they didn't want to listen to rap. It's like I'd like rap. I'd like old school, like KRS-One and stuff, but like I wouldn't listen to it around them. And it's that same kind of mindset going into doing art, where it's like you never feel weird about doing the things you actually love. Like if I went back and I thought about it, like I grew up watching Freddy Krueger, like American Ninja, like all this, like the Guyver, like all these things that were major influences on me, like Fatal Fury, the anime. Like I loved like metal, I loved rap, I loved all that stuff, and like I ignored it for a while. Like it's not something I want to do. And I would also joke about it. Like I had like an insecure sort of streak about art, where I would take it less seriously because I wasn't sure if other people would like it. So that's like an easy way to play something where you're like,
I think everybody does that with something at some point.
Yeah, so I'd be like, okay, like I had an idea for something, and it was called Thrash Till Death. And it was like a joke comic about like thrash metal and like goblins wearing spikes and stuff, and they like come over into our world, and these heroes have to put together a thrash metal band that's ultimate enough to close this portal, and there's gonna be a big live concert. And I was like, yeah, that's a cool idea, but it was still not taking myself seriously, where I like couldn't just like embrace everything. I was still like insecure.
Remember that point in high school? This is specific to me and Dave, by the way. I'm just asking Dave about it. Remember that point in high school where me and you both really liked electronic music, but we couldn't say that because everybody thought it was gay or whatever? So if
Yeah.
if we listened to techno, there had to be a strobe light somewhere so people got that it was a joke.
Right.
But we legitimately liked it. But we
Right.
couldn't say that. We had to find a way to make it okay for the people around us. It's such a weird adolescent thing that I feel like everybody goes through in their teens or whatever. But it's like, if that happens with your art, you gotta step back and be like, why am I doing that? Like what? Yeah, it's just weird.
So what ended up happening basically was that I thought that I was doing the things that I loved, and only in the past like 3 years have I actually done the things that I love. And like now I can see it in my work. It's like I was painting a thing the other day, and I was looking at it, and I was like, you know what this looks just like? This looks just like this silhouette of Freddy Krueger walking through like this sort of like blue fog in the scene in Dream Warriors. And I was like, yeah, like I'm finally channeling the stuff that I kind of was, 100% influenced,
Right.
like, all my major sort of, I don't know, like everything. Like it's like the setting, the mood, the time period, the colors, it's just so much about it that shows through now that I finally let it. But like I thought that I needed to be all these other people, and I thought that I needed to appeal to this and that, and I thought that, I needed to be like Brad, or like I love Brad. Like me and Brad are really similar, but I thought that like at first I was like I need to render just like Brad.
Right.
Like when Brad first came out years ago, and I was like, man, he's the best. And then I was like, I need to be like Westbrook. Oh, I need to be like Knox. I need to be like this and that. And it was that insecurity thing.
Well, it's like in the beginning, everybody, I mean, I've been through this. I think everybody does to a degree, whether you realize it. Like, everybody in the beginning feels like they have to be part of a category because you're that much easier to identify if you're in a group. So if you come into something like concept art and you're like on Dave's end of it and you're more like Brad, and that's the kind of ideas you gravitate towards, you try to look more like the people in that group because it's just human nature to want to be part of a category. It makes more sense to be with a group. But then you get out of that and you're like, oh wait, I can be an individual too. But in the beginning, like, how many people try to do pencils like Wes in the beginning because that's what they gravitate towards. They want to be in that group. That's the group they identify with. And you see tons of people doing it. You see other people that are all about shape and they all gravitate towards like Jamie or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, that's natural and it's going to happen. And don't fight it. Just be aware that it's happening and don't let it get out of hand.
Yeah, I'm basically all I'm saying is that like when I talk about being yourself, and me and Dan are saying, break away and do your own ideas because these companies aren't going to see yours for what they are and let you do them. And what I'm saying is that sometimes that's hard to find, and sometimes it's like an insecurity working for all these people forever. So yeah, like basically try and kind of distill what it is you like and analyze what you're doing and ask yourself if it's fulfilling. Like that's something I didn't do enough.
Right.
Was like, is this really, if I did this forever, does it make sense? Like, is this what I wanted? And it's like, when I sit down and actually think about it, I don't like medieval whatever. Like, I don't actually like it. I like branches of it. I like adding my own stuff to fantasy. I like, I like mixing horror and fantasy and trying to find like a cool, like, what if horror stuff was medieval but actually scary, and like stuff like that's kind of fun. And there's little things here and there, but it's like for me it's like sword and sorcery stuff. I can enjoy it as much as the same things I was talking about before, where I would play a video game with Dan, an RPG or whatever, but it's like it's not me.
Yeah,
that's not my thing. So that's basically all I'm saying, is that try and distinguish what you do because you think you need to do it and because other people do it, and what you would do for yourself. Because
yeah. I mean, like that's like Thomas asked earlier. I'm not patting ourselves on the back. Thomas asked this, so I'm just addressing it. Like, are the blood sports more focused on the ideas versus the technical? Yeah, I think everybody can see that. Like, that's why we do them. That's why we hope people participate in them. we want to give people an opportunity to do something that's really about the creativity and less about the technical aspect of it, because like you can get really good at the technical stuff over time, but ideas are the sweet spot. That's the special sauce, you know what I mean? Like that's so much more interesting to everybody. I mean, even pros that come on and judge, it's like Keikai loved seeing the cool ideas in the contest. He wasn't like, wow, never once did he say the rendering's amazing. It's like it's about the ideas. That's the exciting thing for everyone. I mean, it's like, yeah, doing a great study is a great thing, and you can get better at doing that. But like, I don't know, we want it to be a contest that's focused on the creativity more than the execution, because you know it doesn't matter how good you are, you can get better at the execution. What matters is the ideas, because if you're executing a bad idea, it doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah, always. That's always the biggest thing. And that's something that, you know, you work really hard for something, you study, get good at rendering, get good at all that, and then enter a contest and you don't win, and you're like, well,
Yeah.
what the hell? Like, I didn't win. Like, mine looked good, whatever. But that's a disconnect, you know. That's like getting into a fraternity or something where, you know, like, you are a bunch of people who render the shit out of stuff, and
Well, it's
and you
like,
think that that's a thing that's respectable, and it is respectable to have that work ethic, but at the end of the day, it's like it's all about style. It's about, you know, it's like the greatest basketball player in the world, you know. It wouldn't matter if he didn't have style, and the same thing for anything like that. It's like you could, like if I watch, you know, like for instance, do some weird like breakdancing. If I watch these Asian guys breakdance, and like, you know, like a lot of the guys who are Asian breakdancers will like crazy power moves and stuff, and it looks like a computer program is doing it.
yeah,
Whereas I watch somebody with style, like if you're a fan of any of this stuff, and you look at like Crazy Legs, he's just this dude who's like all wormy, and he moves and like he's all over the place. It's not like crazy technical all the time, but like it has way more style and it's memorable. It's the same thing with an idea. It's
Yeah.
like you can be perfect, but we're not about perfection. We're about having like a character.
yeah,
Be
it's like
something memorable.
Igor said, but please focus on the rendering as well, because I'm busting my ass. Well, we do focus on the rendering. Like, this is why we do it the way we do it. You have to do studies to even be entered into the contest. You have to show us that you worked hard studying on the technical stuff, or we don't even put you in the running. We just disqualify you right off the bat. And, like, you can't send us half-ass studies or we'll disqualify you. Everybody knows that. So, right off the bat, you have to focus on the technical stuff. But we judge it based on the idea. We don't judge it based on the studies. You have to do the studies to be part of the contest, but we judge it based on the idea. So it does have both, but it's definitely more about the creativity.
Yeah, like if you drew, like for this contest, if you drew like a shirtless guy wearing like a leopard print, you know, like sash around his waist, and it was the most realistic thing I ever seen, and then you painted a leopard for the next thing for his transformation.
Yeah, you're
and
not
it was
going
the most realistic thing I ever seen. I'd be like, okay, well that automatically doesn't win because it's the most boring thing in the world.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy boring. We don't, and I mean, we get entries like that, and I feel bad because I know people are working really hard on the study side of it, but it's like, no, you know, it's not interesting. It doesn't matter how good you got it. It's not interesting.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. And, you know, that's, like, you can say, it's the same way that people say, like, okay, yeah, I'm on these websites looking for freelance work, you know, but I'm not getting hired. And it's like, well, okay, but you're missing out on the other half, which is networking. Understand that you live on planet Earth and that you have to talk to other human beings.
Yeah.
Human beings are the people you talk to when you get jobs. So that's a huge part of it. And it's the same thing with, you know, doing the challenges. It's like half of it is skill. Then the other half is you have to impress somebody with a brain who respects really good ideas. It's like you'll get respect for the hard work and the detail and the accuracy, and all that is great. But if there's nothing there, there's no substance, there's nothing for you to look at and go, whoa, that's cool, then you're going to lose so many people.
Right.
It's like there's two halves to it, and both are equally as important. You know, neither one is more so than the other.
It's true.
Yeah, because like now, you know, for me, just like working all the time and doing the stuff, it it's just like I used to kind of settle all the time, like working on certain jobs because I get bored, and I'd be like, hey, as long as it looks whatever done, I'll send it off and get approved. Like if I did that still, I would just quit art. Like if I still thought like that all the time, I would just quit because it's so boring. I don't want to just be a guy who can reproduce things that look remotely realistic. I want to have something that looks at least decent. You know, like it looks cool. Like there's something about it. There's a mood or whatever. Like there's something to it that is more than just, you know, pretty,
Right.
you know, pretty light or whatever.
Look at that. Look at that 3/4 light.
Yeah, it's like that's not all I want to do. So yeah, I mean, thank God for Skull and Shark. It's like a lifesaver in the ocean. I was like drowning for a while.
But yeah, it's like even. I mean, I'm not gonna harp on this because I don't want to focus on that necessarily because we're trying to do a broader scope thing. But like, you do tons of you do tons of magic cards and stuff. You do stuff for cryptids, and yeah, people like that stuff and they post it around. But no way does that match the enthusiasm for a personal IP.
Yeah, never.
No way does that match people freaking out about Skull and Shark. That's just an example because I'm talking to Dave. But like, even if you're on the top and you're doing the kind of jobs you guys want to get, your personal stuff is still going to be what they care about more. Always.
Yeah, and the other side, which is, you know, like what Dan just said about, you know, the difference is that the like really just like sit back and think about this for a second. The people who are going to look at the things that you're doing in general on these forums, on Facebook, on all that stuff, the only people that are going to look at that for the most part are people that already do that.
Right.
So why do they give a shit?
Mm-hmm.
That's, you know, if I'm being blunt, that's just what it is. Unless you brought something insanely new to it that was crazy or whatever,
Right.
They'll respect the skill. They'll see it and they'll be like, that's great. You know, like I'll look at Jamie Jones and I'll be like, fuck me, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But if Jamie Jones came out and did something for himself that was like an IP or something, then I would be like, oh wow, you know, like I want to support that now instead of I want to look at that. So
it's like,
that's more of what you're sharing with. You're sharing with the community. So all this stuff, like until you break out of the mold of artist, community, group, focus, whatever, it's like until you break away from that and start getting like outside of art kind of people looking at your stuff, then the whole sort of priority to becoming yourself is creating something for yourself. Because then people that are in this group will want to, you know, support you.
It's like what Keikai's doing right now with his Sky Knights thing. It's like it's not really a set IP yet, but it's like obviously a world he's building. Where each piece is another step, and it's like I look at his Tumblr every day. I just do. I love it. I love all of his stuff. I've loved his stuff forever. But no way does any of the stuff he did for any of the games compare to how excited I am about this stuff. You can see all his influences in the pot with these. And as a fan, I mean, that's just what I want to see more of. I'm so much more excited for that. And it works the same with everybody. I'm just using him as an example. Like, that's the artist distilled down to what could they do if they had the ability to do anything. And you get the literal translation of them to the page. And, like, it looks great. And it gets fans excited. And that's what people want to see. I don't care, you know, he could do the most realistic muscle guy in the universe and put it on his Tumblr, and I'm not gonna look at it. I don't care. Why does anyone in the community care? You know what I mean? It's like they don't.
Yeah, it's like muscle guys are your life. Like it's like your everyday job is that.
Yeah.
It's all you see because that's all this industry is. It's like dudes with scars and guys with guns.
Guys with guns, dudes with scars. Fantasy art.
Yeah, Sergey. Sergey is a perfect example.
Yeah, he really is.
It's like he just does what he wants. You know, or at least he only shows what he wants. You know, like who knows?
Yeah.
He might be working on a ton of shit that you never see. but Sergey puts out his ideas and like just go look at them. You know, like the guy has a ton of skill. You know, couple that with a great idea, and then couple that with like thousands of shares.
I mean,
your success.
I've been practicing that lately, and I actually like it. I've done 4 jobs in the past 2 months that you guys are never gonna see because I'm never gonna post them online. I'm just never gonna like. I did them, and they served a purpose, and I made my money. And you're never gonna see them, and they're never gonna be in my portfolio. Because I'm done doing that. I really want my portfolio to be stuff that I want in it from now on. Like, unless I get to a point where I have to show client stuff, I'll send that to them in emails and be like, look at this stuff I did. But in terms of, like, my page and stuff from here on out, I'm not going to show the jobs I don't want to be branded as. There's no point. It takes a while to get there and understand it, but it's like you're doing yourself a disservice. I did those icons for that card game over the summer, and 2 weeks after I put them up, I had already gotten, I think it was like 14 offers to do icons, and I took 2 of those, and I was like, wait, if I keep doing this, I'm just going to be in an icon spiral, and that's going to be all I'm doing. Yeah. It's really weird, but like, you can do those jobs, but you don't necessarily want to show them. I might not even, like, you guys know I'm doing this fly, but you guys are all in the group. I'm probably not going to put this fly on my site because I don't want to do more flies.
No, it just whenever you feel yourself feeling like shit, like for me, like imagine if I was on here right now and I was like, fucking Warriors, I hate painting Warriors, they're the fucking worst. Oh, I fucking hate it. I just finished a war. I'm gonna post it everywhere.
Yeah, it's like, what are you doing?
What? Like, what the fuck are you just talking about?
God.
It's like that's just so many people do.
Yeah, it's so stupid. It's like, I don't look good in yellow. I think I'll put on this yellow Speedo. Put photos of myself all over the internet because it's the worst color for me. It's like, what's the logic there? What are you doing?
Yeah, counterproductive completely. Like, if you really, really, really don't want to do that and you think you can sacrifice time, get away from it and whatever, and
like,
do something for yourself.
Having stuff like this, like me having a couple monsters in my portfolio, is good for me to show clients when I'm talking to them in negotiation and being like, I can do this. I prefer to do characters and design and cover stuff. I can do monsters too if you need me to do that on the side or whatever. That's one thing. It's a total other thing to broadcast it, especially with social media now. Because if I posted this on Twitter and Facebook and everything, it's literally me going, Art World, everyone I know, I am very proud of my fly. Look at my fly. Love my fly. Like and share my fly. You too could paint a fly. It's like, that's nowhere near as... it's nowhere near as detrimental to have it and show it to people that need to know versus broadcasting it.
Okay, the flip side of that, if Dan posted a sketch that he did of 2 knights, like, with their dicks hanging out...
Yes.
That would get more popular.
Oh, yeah.
And be better for his career.
Way
it would
better.
Be a sketch.
Way better for my career.
Dicks and knights. Like, I'm being serious, too.
No, like, I got more love for those sketches I did on track and field than I would ever get for this fly.
Right.
Because it was fun and silly, and it was something people hadn't seen because people are too, like, no one draws with a trackpad because it fucking sucks. So did it. It was fun. Posted it up. People went, oh yeah, trackpads suck. Haha, great. I'm working on this for days. No one's going to care. It's a fucking fly. It's a job. I know why I'm doing it. I know why I have to do it. I respect the fact that my client gave me the job and I'm happy to do it, but it's like, I'm not going to broadcast it.
No. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Can hear it in your voice. Are you reaching the end?
A little bit.
A little bit. We gotta find something else to talk about, or you're gonna get out of here.
Well, I'm probably gonna go outside, walk around,
get some fresh air.
Yeah, might be raining, but it's a little warm out.
At least I got enough done on this fly that I can call today not a waste. God.
Yeah, no. But all that stuff we just talked about, just keep it in mind.
Yeah.
Just think about, just whenever you make a decision, just think. Just sit and think about it. Don't blindly go every single day without any sort of, idea in your head of what you're doing. You'll get stuck in emotion that is never ending. You'll be there forever.
Right.
There's something that you can do, and it's called the weekly. I talked about it before. It's called the weekly review.
Yep.
Once a week, sit down, Sunday or whatever, and figure out where you are versus where you want to be, what you wanted to do, what you had planned, personal projects, studies, any sort of general plans you have. Like sit down once a week, figure out what you did for the week, figure out what you're going to do for the next week. Just keep yourself on task.
Mm-hmm.
Don't just wander off.
Yeah, because it's really easy to get sidetracked, especially doing what we do.
Yeah, like a whole month can go by.
Yeah, I mean, like you're literally living a life inside your own head when you do this for a living. The majority of your time is spent alone rendering something in your own head, and if you get off track, there's nothing to really snap you back unless you force something to be there. It's so easy to lose, like Dave just said. Like I've been in the scenario where I work. Like this year, I started taking on tons of work in September, and I did like 16 jobs in a month, and I did not understand that it was October when I was done. I was like, how did I get here from there? Like, you can time travel if you're not careful, and all that time's gone, and all the things you could have done with it are gone, and it's like kind of spooky.
But that's the point, is realize when you start to see that pattern emerge, just cut it off, because that's time that you could possibly regret, and start doing, like I said, weekly review thing where you sit down and you keep yourself on track, because when that time does go by and you're 4 months into the year and you don't even realize it, it's
it's like it's April.
4 months, so
it's April. Like, how crazy is that?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, crazy, 4 months. 4 months into the new year. I feel like the new year was, like, literally a month ago. Like, I don't even understand it. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, don't want to regret anything, basically. There's so much you can do in a day.
Yeah.
Like, and if you're not focused, like, how many people when they wake up, like, how many of you when you wake up do you walk right over your computer and check your email or whatever, and sit there for too long before you make coffee, or sit there for way too long before you make breakfast, or work out, or take a shower, or whatever you want to do?
Yep.
Like, if you do that, that is like, depending on what it is, you could spend an hour just zoned out because you're tired, and that's an hour you wasted for the day. So make an effort that immediately when you wake up, you do the first thing on your whatever life agenda, like making coffee, taking a shower, preparing for the day, working out, whatever.
And if you're like me and you live alone and you sometimes have an insanely hard time getting out of bed, for God's sake, give yourself an incentive to get out of bed. Because if you shut off your alarm, you're going to sleep till 4. And then the whole day is gone. It doesn't matter how much coffee you drink or how late you stay up. The day is gone.
Yeah.
Put your alarm in the other room. Make it something horrible. Have somebody call you nonstop if you're that sad. Whatever. But for good, like, oh God. I've had so many days where I'm like, I'll get up in 10 minutes. And it's like 9 a.m. and then I open my eyes and it's 2. And I'm like, what am I? What have I done? Where did the hours go? 5 whole hours.
Yeah, but You know, like what the person just said. You can snap out of that in no time. It's one day's decision.
Yep.
The only way you don't snap out of that is if you say, oh, "I'll do that."
Yeah.
I'll do that. You know, in a little bit.
Once I'm done with this, I'll do that.
Literally, you have to do it. You know, like tomorrow when you wake up. Like it has to be as soon as possible. Get into the habit.
Right.
As soon as it's out of your head and in storage in your brain, you'll never ever do it.
Like if you want to do the gyms and daggers thing and you still haven't already started, like if you haven't started already, the first thing you do tomorrow before you go into your work routine for the day should be going to the gym, or going for a run, or throwing away all your unhealthy food. The first thing you do, the absolute first thing you do, should be that. If you're really serious about doing it. But yeah, it's like that stuff is. It's so easy because like I don't know if anyone else has ever had it this bad. I've had these moments where I'm like, tomorrow's gonna be the day that I do this thing, and then like 2 months later, I'm like, I would have been so far down that path if I had done this 2 months ago, and I didn't do it, and now I'm like, because then you start getting depressed about the time you've wasted.
Right.
And it's like, why even bother now? And it's like you become this pathetic, cyclical thing. Just shit fueling shit. And it's like, that's just don't ever avoid that any way you can. Do it now so you don't have to encounter that later. Because that's like the worst. The hopelessness of like, I could have been so far.
Yeah, I mean, like, I always think about it like, I remember, like, maybe 2 years ago or a year ago, I don't remember. I got back into working out again, and I was looking at this diet thing, and, you know, it was a guy on YouTube, I don't remember who it was, but he was a trainer. My brother kind of was like, hey, you should watch this guy's stuff. I was watching it, pretty good. And I was like, okay, and he had this diet up that was relatively easy to follow, but he was like, you know, stick with this. In a couple months, you know, you should be well on your way, you know, to going down on your body fat, whatever. And I'm not like fat or anything, but I was like, okay, I'll do that, right? But then I was like, you know, that's a couple months, and I didn't do it. And then, you know, it's like you wake up and you're like, it's 3 months from when I watched that. Holy shit, has it really been that long?
I could have been ripped right now, this second, if I had just done it. That's the worst fucking feeling. It's the worst feeling in the world.
Right, and then you realize that, like, those things that you put off, those things you never do, it's that time, all that stuff that you think is, you know, you look at a span of time for somebody studying, and you're like, man, that's a long time. Man, that's a lot of work. That's a huge investment. You know, a year of nothing but work. Like, holy shit, I don't know if I could do that because that's crazy hard.
And then the year goes by.
Right, and you didn't do it.
And you're like, oh.
Yeah, and you could have been doing it. And that's the thing. It's not as long as you think. It's never as hard as you think. Your fears will never come true. Just do it. And that's, yeah, I mean, that's my advice for, like, everything, because I put off some stuff and, yeah, I hate it.
Even though the best result is usually what's going to happen if you stick with it, just think about it this way. If you don't do it, the worst case, like okay, if you don't do it, it's not going to happen. If you do it, the worst case scenario is it's not going to happen, which is what's going to happen anyway if you don't do it. So, like, what is the logic there? I've had this discussion with so many people. It's like, I don't think it's going to work if I don't do it. It's like, it's already not working because you're not giving it any kind of shot. Yeah. You're literally saying it's not going to happen by not giving it a shot. You're choosing for it to not work out.
And you're also saying to yourself that it's so hard that you can't even do a little bit.
Yeah, that's so nuts.
It's like, imagine this. It's like, okay, like, think about it in just simple terms. You don't do jumping jacks every day. Like, yeah. It's like stuff like that. It's like if you don't work out at all, and then you don't do like a minute of jumping jacks, it's like you're not even doing something tiny once a day that is going to help you get to perfection.
I've been this person before. Thankfully, I'm not this person anymore. But Has anyone listening to this ever bought weights and then put your weights next to your computer so you don't forget to use them, and then let 6 months go by where you look at your weights every day and you go, How hard is it to pick? You bought it. You fucking bought it. It's a foot next to you on the fucking floor, and it's not worth what? Leaning over to the side and pick what? I've been him so I can yell at him. You fucking waste. Like, that's like the most, like, looking back on that, it's like, what is that? Like, I bought it, so...
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's there. I have a receipt for it. People will believe me.
Yeah, but that's just it. It doesn't take any time. It takes like 5 minutes. It's like it's that thing of like when you say I studied for a year and it was hard and blah 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 blah, and it's like yeah, but like I said, so many people spend a fucking hour every morning doing jack shit on the internet. Just cut that out. Study for that hour. Change your fucking life. Do that once a day, every day, and that's 1 hour more than you would have done. You don't have to do it all day. You don't have to do it, half the day. You just do it for 1 hour.
Yeah, and it adds up. It adds up. That's the thing. Is like it adds up. If you're trying to lose tons of weight, the most discouraging thing is that after a week, I only lost 2/3 of a pound. It's like, yeah, that's a lot when you add it up, and maybe there's other factors. Maybe there's water weight involved. Maybe there's muscle gain. It's like the incremental thing. Yeah, it's annoying, but you have to get used to it.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not as hard as you think. But yeah, I mean, that's all this stuff. It's like none of the decisions you make are hard. It's a matter of starting. It isn't. I mean, it doesn't have to be a dramatic change. It can be something small, incremental steps. Because steps is how you get somewhere. It's like if you looked at the end and you said, "I'm not there," versus where I am. Of course, it's intimidating and hard. And yeah, like doing personal work outside of your current work. It's like you could spend. I mean, like unless you have like multiple kids, you're working like a bunch of jobs, blah blah blah. It's like most of you have an hour a day to work on something for yourself.
Yeah.
Most of you can do that at some point. It's just I don't know. Like there's no real excuse for it. It's just a matter of doing it. And when you do it, after that year flashes by, you're gonna be infinitely better than when you started.
Yeah.
And the same thing goes for working out. The same thing goes for eating healthy. Same thing goes, if you took a walk every morning for half an hour, that's enough too.
I mean, a year goes by crazy fast. Like crazy. Like, what was a year ago? The Zelda Bloodsport?
Yeah, I think so.
The Gauntlet Bloodsport was over a year ago. So was the Miyazaki one. It's like, I can still remember doing that very vividly. It hasn't been that long. A year goes by pretty quick. Like we were saying, it's already April. Like, it's crazy that it's already April.
Well, hey, how about you take the Crimson Daggers Gym Initiative, you take the Study Initiative. Like why not have a partner in the community that you talk to and you remind each other, or you ask each other what you did.
Yeah.
Like why not have somebody like like what you just suggested in the chat, whatever, that you should have somebody there to keep you in check.
We have given
hold
you
you
the
accountable.
Tools. Dennis has built you a forum for all such purposes. Shame on you if you choose Dennis's time to be a waste.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you want to start something like that, accountability, buddy. It's like you just start that system then if you want it. Like, I need somebody that's gonna kick my ass with me. Sometimes you do need that at first until you develop discipline. It's like, go for it, take the initiative, do it, but make sure you actually do it.
Right.
Otherwise, you're gonna find yourself 6 months down the road realizing, you're or a year, and realizing you're a year older and you still haven't done the thing.
So here's the solution that worked for me and tons of other people in the group. If you need an accountability buddy, basically, and you can't find one, start a stream and advertise it everywhere. Do whatever you can to make people come, and once you have an audience, you can't not work, or everybody thinks you're an asshole. So if you really need that kind of pressure, broadcast everywhere that I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do it live, and come check out my stream, and it's on Facebook, and it's on Twitter, and it's on the Dagger site, and it's on Concept Art, and come check it out. And like once people are there, you have to work, because if you don't, the people in this group are going to be like, hey,
yeah, that's what I did.
Fucking work. Like that's what I did too.
That's why Crimson Daggers started, was because I was like, I want to make it this pressure on me that I tell everybody that like this. That's exactly what I did. I said, be here every morning at 9 a.m. because I'm gonna be there studying for an hour to 2 hours every day. I would have never ever done that, and I felt a lot of responsibility to be there. Like I didn't have to do it every day.
I mean, to the point
on my own terms, but I did it
to the point where if Dave wasn't there, people made me call him.
Yeah.
Do you remember those days?
Yeah.
Like I'd call you and wake you up and be like, "It's 9 a.m. You've got 100 people in your stream. They're waiting for you to do your work." Like it got that real.
Yeah, it became a job, and like I can hate that in the moment. I can fucking kick myself for staying up doing deadlines and then wake up at 9 a.m. But at the end of the fucking day, I got into a routine schedule where I was waking up first thing in the morning. I was working for an hour, and I did it every day for like almost a year straight until I got too much work. I just literally couldn't sustain it. But like that's what it got me, and like it wasn't that long, and it was hard for a little while, but I got used to it, and it helped me develop discipline, all this stuff. So that is one way to do it. If you don't have somebody that's gonna, kick your ass and be your friend and whatever. But yeah, I mean,
like the group will
get done.
Yeah, the group will help you. Tons of people do that. I see people on the shout box on the forum every day just saying like, I'm streaming. And people go because people like watching these. People like putting them on while they work, so they don't feel as alone doing it. Like there's always people for an audience because we're all doing it. You know what I mean? So people are gonna respond. That's the whole idea of the group anyway. Is you're not going it alone. But yeah,
and remember, it builds momentum. All those things build. If you are doing something and it's exciting to see your progress and you're excited to do it, then everybody else is going to follow you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what the Daggers is, pretty much. It's just a bunch of people getting better.
A bunch of people going, oh.
But, I don't know. It's like, it's just one thing you should do because time.
And like we're literally, I mean, like, I guess the way I'm gonna look at it from now on, I guess what Daggers is now, what it's become, and what it's gonna continue to become, is us telling you that you have no fucking excuses anymore. We've given you a group of people you can jump into to work hard. We've given you a schedule of streams. We've given you buddies in the group that will help keep you on track. We've given you classes you can take if you don't know where to start on certain things people in the group have done. There's networking if you don't know how to get commissions. And there's 14 blood sports if you can't come up with ideas. There's random generators if you really can't come up with ideas. Every excuse you could come up with, there's a solution to on the forum. And every time we think of a new excuse there's not a solution to, we put something on it to cover that. So really all the group is shut your damn mouth.
Yeah,
shut your damn mouth, the group.
Yeah, shut up.
Shut up. That's what the banner should just be shut up. Crimson Daggers, shut up.
Wasn't that the original?
It was like wake up, shut up, work hard or something. What was it?
Stop being an idiot or something.
Wake up,
stop
shut
being
up,
a loser.
stop being a loser. Wake up, work hard, stop being a loser.
I still 100% agree with that.
Yeah. I mean,
like,
the
I
banner,
stand by the original motto.
there should just be a subtitle. Shut the fuck up.
I'll look at it right now.
Shut your
I
damn
can't
mouth.
remember it exactly.
It's
Wake up, work hard, stop being a loser. That's it. There you go.
I mean, that's really all it is. It's just a group that takes your excuses and shoots them in the face, one by one until you have none left.
Yeah, I mean, that's all we want is to see people do stuff. I mean, like, it's motivating for everybody when there's a group of people together doing the same thing and getting it. And when you can see all the people that did it, you know, it's not like this is a new group. You can see everybody who succeeded. I mean, you know what it takes. So everything that you would use as an excuse doesn't work. It's like, it's the same thing. It's like for Dan to say that it's too hard for him to lift a weight that's next to his desk.
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't say that, but it's like the idea that he wouldn't do it, even though it's right there. It's like that's not anything.
Yeah, it's nothing.
It's like
it's literally the most pathetic a human being can be is when they give themselves a completely organized scenario to do something they have to do and they still choose not to do it. When every possible facet is covered within that scenario for you to do it and you still don't do it, that's insane.
It's
and
exactly...
I've been that guy, and it's insane.
It's exactly what Titty Sprinkles just posted in the chat.
What is it?
It's the wolf, and it says, if at first you don't succeed, shut up, succeed.
Yep.
That's all it is.
Yeah, it's just crazy. And I know tons of people that do that. It's like, if you guys, like, I don't know how many of you guys went to art school or knew this kid in, you know, knew him as a friend or whatever, just in general in high school or whatever. But I think everyone in here, I hope, has had the experience of they know that kid who buys all the anatomy books but never opens them. I got the Loomis book. I got the Hogarth book.
Has all the resources.
Has everything.
Never applied them.
And again, I was that kid, so I can talk shit about that kid. There was a period where I was like, I'm really bad at Photoshop. If my parents get me a Cintiq for Christmas, I bet I'll be good. I didn't fucking deserve that. Are you kidding me? What is that? I got a Cintiq, and I was like, well, I guess I'm colorblind, so the Cintiq isn't going to make me. But, like, it's excuses after excuses after excuses after excuses. Like, nothing makes me madder than the person who has everything and still chooses not to use it. The kid with the anatomy books is like, I knew so many of those people. Look at this tablet my mom got me. Oh, I don't really do digital art, though. Whatever. It just doesn't feel as visceral. It doesn't viscerate. I don't know.
It's too hard.
My mom got me some oil paints. They're really high quality. She got them in Paris at an Paris paint store. I think I like wash more. It's not. I don't like canvas, so I'm not gonna fucking ever use it ever because of this stupid arbitrary thing. It's I know so many of those people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got tons of watercolors. I mean, I don't like water, so but I'm gonna play Halo, whatever. I totally use them. I hate
How about
I hate water.
my favorite thing ever is, I've earned this. I deserve this.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No, I've earned this time. I deserve it.
It's my time.
Yes.
I've worked very hard for this time that I have. God. Yeah. Those people are my absolute. I know so many of them. It's insane. Like, I thought I knew a lot of them when I lived at home in my hometown, but then I went to art school, and it's like, that's their country. That's like where they all go. That's like their sovereign state. They all go there and they flock together and they pool their resources they don't use and talk about them. It's like when you go to life drawing class at an art school in the States. I don't know what it's like over there. and there's like 2 people. There's like a free nude model who's great, and there's like 2 people, and everyone's like, dude, I'd totally go, and it's great that you're going, but like, I don't know, like standing is, I don't like standing. I stand all day, and it's like, I don't know. I don't know. Have fun though.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that talk that we posted up about how people will be like, that thing where you said about, I found something that I like, but it's not a passion, it's not the thing that you love, and it's like the whole idea is that like, if you really want to do it and you really want to start doing it, to do anything you can to get it.
Right.
And there's always a way. Like, people who tell me, like, I've had friends of mine who, just outside of art, are like, I don't know what I want to do. Like, I don't know what I want to do. I don't know. It's like, well, do you think something's just going to happen to you? Like, do you think that somebody's going to walk up to you one day and go, like, oh, this is what you were good at? It's like, no, you have to do stuff. It's like, you have to try. You have to reach out. It's like, if you're not scouring, the internet or whatever for, like, resources on things that you're at least interested in, then you're not going to find out. If you sit there and talk about how you don't know, it's like, well, of course you don't know. Like, what do you think's going to happen to you? I mean, like, it's the same thing. It's like, everything you need to become the thing you want to be is like minutes from your fingertips.
Yeah.
Like, it's on the internet. Like, especially for what we do, it's like anytime, like, to the point where you just have a mirror. It's like, if you have nothing else, get a mirror, look at your own body.
Yeah, I guarantee all of you have a mirror and a pencil. If anyone's listening and they're like, I can't get started, I can't afford an Intuos, so what's the point? It's like, you have a mirror, I guarantee you have a mirror, you have a pencil. If you don't have a mirror, shut off your fucking computer and turn a light on. You'll see your face, I guarantee it. It's glass, you idiot.
Yeah,
like
just
do it. Like,
Yeah, I mean, this is when me and Dan complain about complaining.
Well, I get tons of these messages still somehow. And it's like, come on. Like, I don't know. People like, people love two things. They love not being able to do something and talking about it. People love broadcasting what they're not able to do for some reason. They love that.
Well, I think announcing it makes it comfortable to accept.
Yeah, they love doing that. And then they also love talking about the reasons why. Like, they love focusing on that and making it okay. So it's like, they're either frustrated and they just, I'm just going to vent all the time and never do anything about it. Or it's like, dude, I totally would if it wasn't for X, Y, Z, ABC, 1, 2, 3. Like, it's insane. The lists people make. I gotta do my taxes, and like there's snow on my car, and like I can call my mom in a while. She's probably worried, but
yeah, I mean, and what ends up happening is like you get to a point and you just have to do everything, and then you do everything in like 2 days.
Yeah,
and then you're like, oh, that was 2 days worth of work that I spanned out over weeks. Oh wow, it really wasn't that bad. All that stuff's never that bad. But yeah. I mean, really, though, for everybody listening, if you're interested in the daggers, make the daggers yours. It's like, if we're not around or whatever, it's like, just go on and do your hour a day of work, on your own live stream. Broadcast it to everybody for extra incentive. Say, hey, if you're not comfortable, just say the most honest thing. Just say, hey, come watch me fail at art for an hour until I get good.
Yeah, like my first, all my early streams were like failure after failure after failure, and like it's okay, it's fine.
Yeah,
it's
listen
totally
to people
fine.
who think they're smart in the chat. Listen to them tell you stupid shit.
Yeah,
and you'll get a harder skin, at least as far as doing live streams goes, because it's like people will say like, you're not doing the studies right. you're not doing this and that right. Your process is wrong on blah, 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 blah. There's 1,000 reasons you're not doing whatever it is that they think is correct.
Right.
But the thing that they're not doing is studying while you are.
Yep.
And that's the one thing to keep in mind is when people give you shit and you're not where you're supposed to be in your head and you're kind of bummed out and you're listening to them say dumb shit, realize that you're the one who's actually working right now.
I mean, that's a whole nother thing, too. Like, if you want to do this, you need to start getting ready to have a thick skin because even your best work, you'll put it on DeviantArt and someone's going to have a reason to hate it. And they're going to say something ridiculously stupid. And you're going to have to ignore it or deal with it. And I know people that can't do that. I know people that cannot do that. People working right now that I know can't handle that. And it's like, come on. Why do you care? Like, stop. Learn how to stop caring as fast as possible.
Yeah, I mean, just be like, it's like watch stand-up comedians. Like, watch when people try to ridicule them and how they can't be ridiculed. Because they'll admit to things that are even worse than what the other person's saying.
It's the it is the equivalent of heckling. It's the same fucking thing.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's all you gotta think is, like, well, who gives a shit? It's like you go up on there, you bomb in front of everybody doing a study that sucks. People can see your reference and they see what you're doing and they're like, man, that looks nothing like that. And it's like, who gives a shit? Just work at it, work through it. You're going to be, think about it like in a week, that's an hour in the morning. And, every day for a week, that's 7 hours. And then by the end of the month, look at that. It's 30 hours of studies you did. That's
there's probably people watching who are like, Dan should do this, this, and this to his cave fly to maximize the cave fly. And it's like, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm doing this cave fly because I gotta do this cave fly. Like, and you're watching, and that's it, and I don't care. And that's great. It's so much better when you don't care. You should all learn how to do that. I don't know.
You just don't care.
Is that like an art meme? That fat frog? Because that's fucking perfect. Because was that frog. That's how I felt. That's how I looked. That's how people thought of me. Every time I talked, that frog just came out of my mouth in a speech bubble. That's so perfect. Dave, did you see that?
Yeah, I must upgrade 3-month-old tablet
that
and
fat,
make my art better.
That fat frog is the perfect image for those people. Again, trust me because I was one. That fat frog, that's all you should see when people start doing that. Just drippy, slimy, hasn't moved. Waste.
Should you feel like an ass trying to give crits to people? Only on live streams.
Yeah.
Because you're doing it before anybody... I mean, before the person has a chance to put it out there and say, like, this is where I am. This is as far as I could go before I didn't know anything else.
I mean, as a general rule, unless it's something huge that they really haven't seen, like okay, I mean, even then it's rude, but as a general rule, only crit people if they're asking for crits.
Yeah.
If people are doing a study live stream and they're mature people that are ready to really learn and grow, there's going to be a point where they stop seeing the flaws and they go, okay, what do you guys think of this? That always happens on streams I watch. And if you don't do that, you should, because there's a certain point where you do need another set of eyes, or you're only going to go in cycles. But the thing is that, like, again, I'm talking from experience, so please try to understand this. When I first started streaming, nobody understood that I was colorblind. I would say it 100 times, and nobody would get it, nobody would listen, nobody would remember. And I would do studies, and sometimes the skin would lean a little towards screen or something like that, and the chat would just, like, waterfall. Dude, the skin's off, oh my god, this is awful, dude, the skin's bad, skin's looking a little green, you should add some red tint to the skin, over and over and over and over and over, day after day after day, month after month. And it's like, I never asked for crits. I never wanted those crits. Those crits didn't really help me in any way. All you guys did was look like dicks. Everybody that did that was just like yelling in the back of a classroom for attention. Like, I saw something wrong that the guy doing the stream didn't see. Like, that's all that is like pointing yourself out in a crowd. If they ask for crits, offer advice. If they don't, there could be a lot of reasons why they're not asking. Like for me, I had a handicap, and it made it crazy annoying when people would just say that stuff over and over and over again.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, you know, you're walking into a place where normally it's a sort of hidden away thing. It's like people don't show you this stuff ever. It's like you could look at a step-by-step online, but even then it's like people hide some of their flaws because they're like, oh, that was really bad.
Yeah, they delete them out of their tutorial videos and stuff because they don't want to broadcast failure.
Yeah, and it's like this thing that you're seeing right now is the most honest workup. So you're looking at a person just kind of saying like, here's everything I am.
Yeah.
You know, like, and then when you're taking somebody being that honest and you're choosing to just like freely jump in and just say what's wrong with it at the time, it's like you're watching a process. You're not watching an end product. You're not watching something that's like what you see moment to moment isn't the thing that's going to ship out in the end.
Right.
And it's about discovery and progress and realization. There's so much stuff that happens between, you know, like where you are at one point versus another. You know, you're gonna flip the canvas. You'll see all this other stuff to change. You're gonna have a lot.
You're Rob. But the other thing is, I mean, I know this is a long rant about a simple question about should I, you know, offer crits and chats, but the other thing to keep in mind is mistakes are probably the most valuable thing you have. They're like the best thing that can happen to you when you realize on your own that you've made a mistake and you see why it's a mistake and you understand firsthand on your own how to fix it. That's when real learning happens. So it's like somebody coming into a chat and seeing a mistake that I haven't picked up on myself yet. Chances are I haven't picked up on it because I haven't worked on the piece long enough. I would have gotten to it eventually if you had left me alone. But because you came in and pointed it out, I'm not going to have that aha moment. So when does a kid learn more? When he burns himself on the stove or when somebody says coils get hot so don't touch them? You learn way more from making the mistake, always. That's just how it works. That's how learning first-hand experience always trumps people telling you stuff. So you're actually being a detriment to the learning process when you come in and spit out facts about the anatomy's broken and stuff. Like, wait for them to ask, because chances are if you just let them keep working, somewhere down the pipeline, they're going to see that mistake and address it on their own. If they don't, you can bring it up after the fact, but leave the learning process alone as much as you can. How did I get past being colorblind? I didn't. I still am. I just know what I tend to do. It's like the same thing as, like, you know, if anyone in here, like, I'm left-handed, and when I drive, my car tends to pull to the right because I'm left-handed. That's just, you know, when I drive, I notice that that's a thing that recurs. And now that I know it, I can do things to make sure that that never happens. I know to check it every once in a while. I know how it begins. I know how it ends. With the color blindness, I know what range of colors I have the most trouble with, and I know why I have trouble with them. I can't fix it, and I can't see those colors. But I know that my biggest problem comes from saturation issues and value issues. So, like, the example I always use, if I pull up the color thing here, if I think a red is here, if I think that this is the red that I'm seeing in a study right there on the navigator, the color picker, I know now from trial and error and getting lots of feedback from other people that it's actually 25% more saturated and it's over here. Almost every time, that's what I've learned. So if I'm painting something and I think it should be this, I always push it over here. I always add color balance layers and I bump the reds and I sink the greens. I mean, this image is supposed to be green, so I'm probably not really going to do that much of it to this one. But, like, you know, after a ton of trial and error, again, I did 100 days of nothing but color studies when I started taking over daggers. The entire summer was color studies. And by the end of the summer, I had a pretty good system for identifying where my trouble zones are. It still creeps in from time to time, but it's way less of a problem than it used to be. And I mean, if I can do that, then I don't want to hear excuses from anybody else who are like, I'm not good at legs. It's like, come on.
Hard as fuck.
Is that your goodbye note?
No.
I thought you were
Just,
just gonna
saying it's hard as fuck.
they're just gonna say hard as fuck and then go. Well, good night.
Just hang up and see it.
No, but yeah, it's like I'm never gonna not be colorblind unless that cure for it they found in monkeys can be turned into a human one. But
Unless that just deletes your eyes.
yeah, it's like
Just messes it up.
yeah. I mean, like, I'm never not going to be colorblind, so the best you can do is find the pattern, because whenever you make a mistake multiple times, even if it's a disability and something you can't do, there's a pattern of when it comes up and how it happens and what the problem is. And if you can identify those trouble zones, you can find little ways to minimize the damage. It's never going to be perfect, but you can make a better version of a bad scenario. Yeah.
I think that was the end.
Think so?
I think so.
All right, man. Well,
Covered
we can,
covered a lot.
yeah, we've talked. Were you full of coffee for this?
No,
I was.
I had no coffee.
I was full of coffee. I'm on top of Coffee Mountain right now.
1:30 in the morning. Coffee
There's-
Mountain.
I'm standing on top of a pyramid in ancient Egypt, and waves of coffee are coming in from the sea and washing away the slaves. And I'm going, behold my works and tremble. That's what it is. I'm king of coffee right now. King of
Wow.
coffee.
It was good. We yeah.
I'll save this and stop streaming, and then I'll come back on and listen to Two Steps from Hell while I paint more fly. Okay, fly.
Yeah, good night everybody. Or good morning, wherever you are. Thanks for listening to me rant and Dan rant.
I'll put this on YouTube, and you can listen to it in the morning. And you can skip through all the stuff me and Dave talk about, like Stephen King and pedophile murderers and all that stuff, and go to the good
Oh,
stuff.
right, I forgot that.
You can skip the 45 minutes of absolute shit where we talk about Indian ghosts and get to the meat.
And horror movies.
Horror movies. Okay.
Put the time signature right in this subject.
Yeah, I will. That's what I do now, because I get too many comments where people are like, come on, man. I don't want to hear about when you were a kid.
An annotation that just says, go here for the real talk.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I'll do. I'll do it for them.
Yeah, for them. For
Bye.
you.
For you.
Alright,
All
see
for
you later.
you. Goodbye.